Chapter 2283. Evil Lotus shook her head at Yi Xian's words. No. Young Master Yi, it was our clan's fault. I apologize to young Master Yi on behalf of our clan. She bowed slightly as she spoke. Yi Xian looked at Evil Lotus in silence. Dao Ling walked up to Yi Xian. He glanced at Evil Lotus and felt a little strange. Is this woman a different person? Yi Xian didn't respond. He knew that Evil Lotus must have noticed something, so she changed her attitude right away and admitted defeat. He had to admit that this woman was a tough one. She was able to let go of things at the same time. Yi Xian turned to look at Old Master Jun. The old man hesitated for a bit and said, Young Master, I'll listen to you. If you want to destroy the Fey Sky Clan, I'll do it right away. Hearing Old Master Jun's words, Yao Lian's expression changed drastically. She looked at Old Master Jun in the distance with eyes filled with disbelief. Arrogant? No. Her instincts told her that the old man wasn't arrogant. He was confident. Undefeatable confidence. What kind of terrifying force is this? Evil Lotus was shocked. Yi Xian looked at Old Master Jun in silence. Old Master Jun's words were interesting. Boss Jun could destroy the Fey Sky Clan right away, but Old Master Jun didn't do so. Instead, he asked Yi Xian. It was obvious that Old Master Jun didn't want to do it. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Old Master Jun was afraid that Yi Xian would overthink, so he said in a hurry, Young Master. Yi Xian shook his head. I know. Father doesn't want me to rely on the clan too much. Old Master Jun nodded and said softly, Master Jun. He did. Yi Xian smiled. Old Master Jun, I'd like to see my father. Old Master Jun was dumbfounded. Yi Xian said again, Contact him for me. It was a commanding tone. Old Master Jun didn't dare to refuse. He opened his palm and a sword token shot into the sky. Boom. A sword aura appeared in the sky all of a sudden. The next second, a man appeared in the sword aura. It was the azure-robed man. Seeing the green-robed man, Elder Jun immediately bowed deeply and said with a trembling voice, Greetings, Swordmaster. At the instant she saw the green-clothed man, Yao Lian's expression instantly changed violently. Danger. This was how she felt at the moment. Who was this green-robed man in front of him? Evil Lotus was extremely shocked. Why did he just stand there and give her a formless oppressive feeling? Moreover, that feeling was as if she was an ant. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Looking for me? Yi Xian nodded. Can we have a chat? The green-robed man nodded. Sure. Yi Xian said seriously, when father and son are talking, don't fight, okay? The azure-robed man smiled and said, Sure, come let's chat. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Dad, have you ever relied on Grandpa? The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian asked again, Father, if it wasn't for grandfather's help, would you have survived back then? The green-robed man was silent. Yi Xian pointed at Evil Lotus in the distance. Do you think I'm a normal enemy? The green-robed man chuckled. I understand what you mean. You're dissatisfied. Dissatisfied that I let you live, right? Yi Xian shook his head. You're wrong. Father, I'm not dissatisfied with you. I'm just a little disappointed. The green-robed man squinted his eyes. Disappointed? Yi Xian nodded. I'm your son. But forgive me for being blunt. You didn't play the role of a father well. I've never felt a father's love since I was young. I don't even have the concept of a father. Yes, I've suffered since I was young. This hardship has tempered my willpower and sharpened my mind. As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. But I feel that a person's life shouldn't only be filled with hardship. There should be affection, love, friendship, and father-son relationship. Father, do you think you've fulfilled the responsibility of a father? The green-robed man was silent. Yi Xian continued. You hope that I can face all difficulties. That's right. But you've never thought of a problem. That is this difficulty something I can bear now? As he spoke, he smiled. What do we father and son look like now? You hope that one day I can reach your height, or even surpass you. This is your expectation for me. Then besides this, what else is there between us father and son? The green-robed man was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Speaking of you, father, I feel that I'm a little sad. Because my memories of the past are of you. Without you it's a blank. The green-robed man's right hand trembled slightly. Yi Xian continued. I don't hate you. Because I understand your life. You rose from hardship. You believe that hardship can sharpen one's mind, allowing one to mature and become a talent. So, you don't wish for me to become a second generation. You wish for me to rise from hardship as well. As he spoke to this point, he shook his head and smiled. Qing'er made me feel warmth and kinship. But father, you make me feel unfamiliar. We're not like father and son. We're more like master and disciple. You want me to be you, but I'm not you. I used to see other people's parents shielding them from the wind and rain. I was very envious. When I encountered a strong enemy, I did my best to finish them off. But I also hoped that someone would say to me, don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, Father will carry it. As he spoke, he looked at the green-robed man. Father, I will work hard. I will work even harder. I will surpass you. But I have to tell you that you're not a qualified father. I want to learn from you. If I had a son, I wouldn't let him be. I would accompany him and let him have a complete family. Companionship is very important. Because the relationship between father and son shouldn't be cold and heartless. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. A trace of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. After a long time he sighed. His lips moved, wanting to express his apology. But he had always wanted to be strong. He had never spoken softly to anyone. For a moment, the words that were on the tip of his tongue were stuck in his throat. Yi Xian said with a smile, Dad, just go. For the rest of the road, I will walk it properly and do my best to walk it. The green-robed man spoke in a light voice. Don't blame me, all right? Yi Xian fell silent. The green-robed man walked slowly over to Yi Xian. He patted Yi Xian lightly on the shoulder and said, I know I was very cruel to you. What I did all those years ago was wrong. Because just as you said, I rose from suffering. So, I want you to be like me. When he spoke up to here, he shook his head. But I had no choice. Because no one taught me how to be a good father. What did your grandfather do to me all those years ago? He directly left me on profounder continent. If I didn't have a long life later on, I wouldn't even know that I had a father. If you want to blame and hate, then blame your grandfather. It was he who set the precedent and caused such a bad atmosphere in our Yang clan. Young Wudi was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. This father is really inhuman. He directly threw the blame to me. The problem is, how can he throw the blame to me? The green-robed man continued. I admit that I didn't do a good job when you said accompany me. But you have to be considerate of your father. If you feel it's difficult and bitter, then think about me all those years ago. Wasn't I miserable all those years ago? Wasn't I miserable? I was miserable too. Your father had a pile of enemies all those years ago. Look at our bloodline. How did it come about? It was me, your father, who killed all those years ago. When he spoke up to here, he sighed in a low voice. Everyone by your side is still there. But do you know what happened to your father all those years ago? Father went missing, mother died, and I was all alone. It was difficult for your father. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man continued. You say your enemies are abnormal, but are my enemies normal? Not to mention anything else. Do you think Tianming was normal all those years ago? Wasn't it abnormal as well? But didn't you get through it? You see that I'm invincible now, but you didn't see how much pain I suffered all those years ago. I had a tough life too. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it. Why is something wrong? You make it sound like I'm your father. The green-robed man turned to look at Evil Lotus. I want to help you too. But think about it. Your father traveled across billions of star fields just to kill someone of this level. That's embarrassing. Take you for example. Your friend in Qingqing asked you to travel millions of star fields just to kill an ant. How do you feel about that? Yi Xian was dumbfounded by what he heard. On the other hand, the expressions of Yao Lian and the others instantly became extremely unsightly. Ant. In the green-robed man's eyes, their clan leader was an ant? The Fei Sky clan's experts were burning with anger. They were about to explode, but Evil Lotus stopped them with a look. The people behind her could not see how terrifying the green-robed man was, but she could see that the green-robed man was not someone that she and the Fey Sky clan could fight against. If they fought, they would definitely be able to exterminate their clan. They had to endure. They had to endure. Because of Evil Lotus, although the Fey Sky clan's experts were unhappy, they did not dare to do anything. In the Fey Sky clan, Evil Lotus had absolute authority. In the distance, the green-robed man smiled. Little fella, I just remembered something. I once obtained a treasure and wanted to give it to you. However, I never had the chance. Now I finally have the chance. As he spoke, he opened his palm and a sword appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was curious. This, the green-robed man smiled. I picked up. Oh, I found a sword for you. This is custom-made for you. It's a supreme-grade godly sword. It suits you very well. Keep it. Yi Xian. The green-robed man continued. This is your first time and my first time. Let's not ask for too much. After all, it's our first time. Let's just make do with each other. Do a good job. I won't forget you. Alright, I have something to do. I have to go. You. Do a good job. You can do it. I believe in you. With that, he turned around and disappeared. In the field, Yi Xian was a little confused. What the hell? P.S. Do you think the 5th chapter is over? Naive. 7017K. Chapter 2284. Left. Yi Xian was still in a state of confusion. His words just now seemed to have been referring to loneliness. As if something had occurred to him. Yi Xian hurriedly looked at the sword in his hand. The sword was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was entirely black, with a thin blade and a dark red tip. Judging from its appearance, it did not look beautiful at all. After Yi Xian carefully looked at it, the Xian energy in his body surged. The sword slightly trembled. Wang. A sword soared into the sky and into the depths of the starry sky. Soon, Yi Xian slightly frowned because he discovered that this sword did not have a spirit. A sword without a spirit. That should not be the case. Yi Xian studied it again and finally accepted the truth. This really was a sword without a spirit. Yi Xian was speechless. Did father specially find this sword for me? He was slightly suspicious of this now. At this moment, Elder Jun suddenly bowed slightly. Young master, do you have any other instructions? Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and looked at Elder Jun. He thought for a moment and said, Do you have money? Elder Jun's expression froze. Yi Xian quickly said, Borrow. I'm borrowing, not taking. When the time comes, you can ask my father for reimbursement. Elder Jun was speechless. Reimbursement? Reimbursement my ass. Who doesn't know the relationship between young master and the Swordmaster? If I lend it to you, will the Swordmaster acknowledge it? At that time, if the Swordmaster doesn't acknowledge it, and young master acts shamelessly, wouldn't my universe veins be wasted? This transaction cannot be done. Elder Jun thought for a moment and said, Young master, I don't have many universe veins. However, since young master needs them, I am willing to give young master 1 million universe veins. With that he quickly said, This is for young master, there is no need to return it. Rather than saying borrow, it was better to say give. In any case, he wouldn't return it even if he borrowed it. By saying give, he could sell a favor. Hearing Elder Jun's words, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, This directly giving it to me, isn't that not good? Elder Jun was silent. If you know it's not good, then don't take it. At this time Yi Xian suddenly said, Since this is Senior Jun's kind intention, if I refuse, wouldn't it disappoint Senior Jun's heart? As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Old Man Jun was speechless. You don't want to disappoint me, but my heart hurts. Mr. Jun was very straightforward. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it and quickly accepted it. Then he bowed slightly. Thank you, Elder Jun. When I see my father, I'll make him return it to you. Old Man Jun blurted out. He won't. At this point he hurriedly corrected himself. What I mean is you don't have to return it. You don't have to return it. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you, Senior. Elder Jun nodded. Young master, take care. After speaking, he turned to leave. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, can you show me the way?" After a moment of silence, Old Man Jun said, "Go to the realm of gods. That is the stage for young masters. In this place, it's just a small fight. It's meaningless." As he spoke, he took out a scroll and handed it to Yi Xian. "This is the map of the realm of gods." Yi Xian put the map away and smiled. "Thank you." Old Man Jun smiled and whispered, "The mystic sect is there. Young master, you can go and inherit the family property. Young master, we will meet again." As he spoke, he bowed slightly and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Inherit the family property? Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "I don't have to go and get beaten up?" At this moment, 20 extremely dreadful super strong people showed up next to Yi Xian. The mysterious leader bowed slightly. "Young master, we will report to you in 2 hours." Obviously, this was left for him to deal with the Fey Sky clan. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned to look at Evil Lotus in the distance. Evil Lotus's expression was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Evil Lotus's expression changed when she saw Yi Xian looking at her. She knew that the survival of the Fey Sky clan was in the hands of this young man. She had to admit that it was a little sad. She never thought that one day, her life would be in the hands of someone else. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Tianqi's mother." Evil Lotus quickly turned her head. "Bring her here." One of the experts of the Fey Sky clan hurriedly retreated. Soon, a woman was brought to the scene. The woman's face was a little pale and her body was thin. When she saw Tianqi, she was slightly stunned. In the next moment, her body trembled and tears flowed down her cheeks. Tianqi was also looking at the woman. He clenched his fists tightly and tears glistened in his eyes. At this time, the woman trembled as she walked to Tianqi. She stretched out her trembling hand towards Tianqi's face. When she was about to touch Tianqi's face, she suddenly hugged him. Tears gushed out of the woman's eyes like a broken dam. She cried silently. At the side, Evil Lotus's expression was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Tianqi's body was stiff, and he was a little uncomfortable. Gradually, he hugged the woman. After a long time, the woman turned her head to look at Yi Xian and said softly, "Thank you." She already knew that Evil Lotus had compromised because of this man. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked at Evil Lotus. Evil Lotus bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi," Yi Xian suddenly said, "Kill him." Evil Lotus was stunned. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "You can't be so naive to think that I'll let you go after you apologize, right? Don't joke around. If apologizing was useful, why would I still cultivate?" As soon as Yi Xian's voice fell, the experts beside him immediately rushed out. In the distance, Evil Lotus's expression was calm. It was abnormally calm. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this time, Evil Lotus suddenly disappeared. Gone. Yi Xian was stunned. At this time, the leading old man beside Yi Xian suddenly said, "Young master, this woman fled when the Swordmaster left. What we saw just now was just a projection of her." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Can you catch up to her?" The old man looked around and shook his head. "I can't feel it." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. At this time, Tianqi's mother suddenly said, "She's from the Demonic Phoenix clan." Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Demonic Phoenix clan?" The woman nodded. "An ancient clan. Although they aren't as strong as before, they aren't weak." Yi Xian shook his head. "She won't go back." After a moment of silence, the woman said softly, "That's true." Yi Xian glanced at the experts of the Moon Devil Sky clan. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw Yi Xian look over, and their eyes were filled with fear. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Tianqi and the woman. "Tianqi, do you intend to stay here?" Tianqi was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at the woman. She held Tianqi's hand tightly. Tianqi lowered his head slightly. Yi Xian walked up to Tianqi and said with a smile, "Stay here and keep your mother company." As he spoke, he glanced at the experts of the Moon Devil Sky clan who stood behind Tianqi. Meanwhile, one of them hurriedly stepped forward. "From this moment onward, Tianqi is the patriarch of our Moon Devil Sky clan." Patriarch. The experts of the Moon Devil Sky clan hurriedly chimed in. They weren't fools, so they naturally understood that if they didn't want Yi Xian to kill them, then there was only one way, and that was to make Tianqi the patriarch. Only then would the Moon Devil Sky clan be able to avoid this calamity. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the experts of the Sky Forsaken clan. How could he not understand their intentions? However, he couldn't be bothered to care about them out of respect for Tianqi. After all, he couldn't just slaughter all of them and make Tianqi a commander without an army, right? Yi Xian gazed at Tianqi and smiled. Come look for me in the world of the gods when you're free. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Tianqi suddenly said, Big brother. Yi Xian turned around and gazed at Tianqi. Tianqi strode over to Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then withdrew a spatial ring and placed it in Yi Xian's hand. There were over 10 roasted goats within the spatial ring. Yi Xian was speechless at the sight of this. You should have just given me some money. To the goats. He'd intended to rob the Moon Devil Sky clan clean. They'd almost killed him, so he naturally couldn't let them off so easily. However, he hadn't done that because of Tianqi. I should leave some for this fellow. Yi Xian still didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gazed at the spatial ring. He put it away and patted Tianqi's shoulder lightly. Take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left with Shi Tian and the others. As he watched Yi Xian and the others leave, Tianqi gazed up into the sky, and his gaze gradually lost focus. At this moment, his heart felt empty. On the other side, in the starry sky, Yi Xian gazed at Dao Ling and the others and smiled. What about the rest of you? Shi Tian fell silent for a moment before he said, I want to return to the Shi clan. I haven't returned for a long time. Yi Xian nodded. It's only right. As he spoke, he looked at Dao Ling. Dao Ling smiled and said, I also want to go back and have a look. It's been too long since I've been out. Yi Xian smiled and turned to look at Junxia. Junxia was silent for a moment before he said, I want to rebuild the evil spirit race. Yi Xian smiled and said, In that case, we brothers will have to split up. Temporarily. Shi Tian suddenly said, We will go to the divine realm to look for you. Dao Ling also said, Yes, I hope you won't become weak when the time comes. Yi Xian laughed and said, When you reach the divine realm, let's have a spar. What do you think? Shi Tian smiled and said, That's exactly what I wanted. Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. Shi Tian nodded slightly. Brothers, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. Dao Ling chuckled and walked in front of Yi Xian. He said seriously, Brother Yi, can you lend me some time meridians? I will return them. I will definitely exchange them. I swear on my character. Yi Xian glared at Dao Ling angrily. Scram. Hurry up and scram. Dao Ling. After Dao Ling was chased away, Yi Xian looked at Junxia. Junxia smiled and said, Brother Yi, see you in the divine realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he also turned around and disappeared. Only Yi Xian was left in the field. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Then he turned around and left. Go to the divine realm. Do what? Inherit the family property. Everyone says that I am a second-generation heir. Today, I will not hide it anymore. Lay my cards on the table. I want to be a second-generation heir. Not only do I want to be a second-generation heir, I want to do it openly. Stupid things like getting beaten up in the next world must not happen again. This time, I, Yi Xian, want to return as the king. All heavens and realms, tremble. 7017K. Chapter 2285. Inheriting the family fortune. Yi Xian was delighted when he thought up to this point. He could finally stop being beaten up. Life wasn't just about fighting and killing. A happy life was about to begin. In the starry sky, Yi Xian gazed at the black-robed old man. You're leaving? The old man nodded. Yi Xian thought for a while. Then he said, Who do you listen to, me and my father? The old man's face froze. That's a question of death. Yi Xian chuckled. Is it very difficult to answer? The black-robed old man laughed bitterly. Young master, I'm an honest man. Yi Xian was at a loss for words. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, feel free to let me know if you need anything." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid it won't be safe on this trip. Why don't all of you send me there?" The black-robed old man grinned. "It's not a big deal. We're willing to escort you there." Yi Xian nodded. "Thank you." The black-robed old man hurriedly said, "Young master, please don't say that. You're overpraising me." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Help me do something. Find that demon Lotus from the Demon Sky clan." He naturally hadn't forgotten that woman. She was a woman who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. So if he didn't kill her, there would be future troubles for him. The black-robed old man bowed slightly, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the sword his father had given him appeared in his hand. Yi Xian poured his profound energy into it, and the sword started trembling slightly. A short moment later, he frowned because he noticed that he still hadn't noticed anything special about it. Did my father make it for me? Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Is my father tricking me? Yi Xian's face sank when he thought up to this point, because he felt that it was entirely possible. My father isn't human sometimes. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly tried to devour the sword. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't devour it. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. After all, only the Qingxian sword could resist the devouring of his invincible sword physique. And this sword could actually not be devoured by him. He had some skill. Yi Xian scrutinized the sword in his hand again. A moment later, he suddenly slashed with his sword. Chi! This sword strike directly tore a huge hole in the starry sky that was tens of thousands of feet away. Yi Xian frowned because this sword did not have any buffs. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Brother, do you want to show off?" There was no response. Yi Xian sighed softly. The sword was definitely extraordinary, but he didn't know how extraordinary it was. "What's wrong with my father? He gave me a sword in such a roundabout way." Yi Xian didn't continue thinking about it, and put the sword away. Right at this moment, the black-robed old man suddenly appeared before Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at the black-robed old man. "You found it." The black-robed old man nodded. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Did you kill him?" The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment and said, "No. Young master, you have to make a trip with me." Yi Xian frowned slightly. 15 minutes later, Yi Xian arrived at an expanse of ruins under the black-robed old man's lead. He saw Evil Lotus within the ruins. She was still wearing a black dress, and there was a trace of maturity amidst her beauty. Evil Lotus turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian said, "You want to see me?" Evil Lotus nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You wouldn't be thinking of deceiving me, right?" Evil Lotus shook her head. "Young Master Ye's wisdom is unparalleled. No one can deceive you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm slightly curious why you want to see me before you die." Evil Lotus looked at Yi Xian. "I'm the only one who died. Don't pursue the matter with my family and my son, all right?" Yi Xian fell silent. Evil Lotus grinned. "What I did in the past has nothing to do with them." Yi Xian still fell silent. Evil Lotus bowed slightly. "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I haven't promised you." Evil Lotus smiled and said, "You will." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Evil Lotus continued, "Because young Master Yi is a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred." Yi Xian shook his head. "Don't flatter me. Evil Lotus, don't make it seem like I'm a bad person. If I lost that day, then what would have happened to me?" After saying that, he turned and left. Evil Lotus continued, "Young Master Yi." In the distance, Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. As for you wanting to live, I can tell you clearly that it's impossible. Even if I have to use 3 swords, I will kill you." "You." Evil Lotus suddenly said. 10 million universe veins." Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned and looked at Evil Lotus. "I think it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. We can talk." Beside Yi Xian, the black-robed old man couldn't help but turn and look at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with shock. Evil Lotus looked at Yi Xian. 10 million universe veins to buy my life. Yi Xian was silent for a while and said, the hatred between us can't be measured with money. Evil Lotus suddenly said, 15 million. 15 million. Yi Xian looked at Evil Lotus, and Evil Lotus' face was slightly pale. This is the limit of what I can offer. Yi Xian opened his palm. Evil Lotus hesitated for a moment and said, will you take off your pants and deny it? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Do you think this analogy is suitable? Evil Lotus was speechless. At this moment, a black-robed man appeared beside Evil Lotus and passed a spatial ring to her. Evil Lotus took the spatial ring and passed it to Yi Xian. At this moment, her heart was bleeding. 15 million universe veins. This was her lifetime savings. It wasn't just her lifetime savings, there was also the support of the Black Phoenix race. If it wasn't for the support of the Black Phoenix race, she wouldn't have been able to gather so many universe veins. And to the Black Phoenix god race, it was also a bloodbath. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away and turned to leave. The black-robed old man was stunned, and then he said, young Master Yi, kill or... Yi Xian glanced at Evil Lotus. Will you take revenge? Evil Lotus immediately said, I'll never take revenge until young Master Ye's father is dead. Yi Xian roared with laughter, and then he turned around and left. The black-robed old man hurriedly followed him. Yao Lian's expression eased up. I'm alive. Meanwhile, the black-robed man hesitated for a moment and said, young miss, what you said just now. Evil Lotus looked towards the distance and spoke softly. He definitely wouldn't believe me if I said I wouldn't take revenge. I was telling him that I want to take revenge, but I don't have the ability to do so. The black-robed man nodded. I understand. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment and said, then the Demon Sky race. Evil Lotus shook her head. We've lost. As she spoke, she turned to look at the sky and spoke softly. That green-clothed man is so strong that he instills despair in me. Even I feel despair now. The black-robed man frowned slightly, and he was slightly puzzled. Young miss? Yi Xian was flying through the starry sky on his sword. He possessed 15 million universe veins. Needless to say, it was a huge sum of money to him. He had to have it. Because he lacked universe veins the most right now. He was only at the time realm, and he wasn't even a ruler of time. There were reincarnators above the ruler of time. And there were even stronger reincarnators. Cultivation, however, required money. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly said, young master, do you know why that woman was able to survive? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? The black-robed old man spoke solemnly. That woman wasn't simple at all. Actually, I wouldn't have been able to kill her by myself. Yi Xian gazed at the black-robed old man, and the black-robed old man spoke solemnly. She should have truly attained the profound enlightenment realm. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. The profound enlightenment realm? The black-robed old man nodded. Yi Xian sighed softly, and placed his hands on his head. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment, then said, it seems that young master isn't familiar with this realm. It doesn't matter, I will explain it to young master. Yi Xian suddenly said, stop. The black-robed old man was stunned. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't talk about realms, I'm annoyed. F***CK realms. After saying that, he turned and left. The black-robed old man. It had to be said that Yi Xian was really annoyed. There were too many realms. It was so many that he felt it was seriously abnormal. The realm system was so chaotic, it was too outrageous. He didn't know which idiot did this. Yi Xian was speechless. There was also Qin Guan. Didn't Qin Guan want to sort out her realms? He didn't know how she was doing. Although it was annoying, Yi Xian still had to understand this knowing destiny state. Under the black-robed old man's explanation, Yi Xian had some understanding of this realm. Profound enlightenment. It was to know the way of Dedeabi's operation. All things in the world, their destinies and trajectories were all operated by Dedeabi, and this profound enlightenment referred to being able to know the trajectory of Dedeabi. Dedeabi was now a direction. It was the cultivation direction of some top powerhouses. There was no one who didn't want to get rid of Dedeabi and transcend the way of fate. Yi Xian didn't cultivate this profound enlightenment realm. He wanted to take it slow, steady. He had been too hasty in his previous cultivation, so he wanted to be steady now. Of course, the reason why he wanted to be steady was because he had the confidence. It was different from before. When he went to the next universe, he was basically beaten up. But this time was different. What was he going to do? He was going to inherit the family property. In the universe of gods, there was a huge family property waiting for him to inherit. This time he was going to act tough. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile happily. At this moment, he felt that this world was actually quite good. Life was beautiful everywhere. Not long after, Yi Xian and the rest arrived at the universe of gods. Somewhere in the starry sky, the black-robed old man bowed to Yi Xian. "Young master, the profound sect is not far ahead. We will take our leave." Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go." The black-robed old man bowed again and retreated. Yi Xian looked into the distance, smiled, then took out the profound ring and wore it. Then he walked into the distance. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the profound sect. And when he arrived, he was stunned. At this moment, he was standing on a small hillside. On the hillside not far from him, there was a small hall. The hall was short and small. One of the doors was missing, and the pillars on the side were peeling off. If it wasn't for the crooked signboard above the door that said Profound Sect, he would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. At this moment, a sloppy old man suddenly walked out, and when he saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned. And when he saw Yi Xian, his face instantly changed. Then he directly rushed in front of Yi Xian, hugged Yi Xian's legs and bawled, Young master, you're here. If you didn't come, the dozen of us in the profound sect would starve to death. Young master." As he cried, he suddenly twitched, and then his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down. When Yi Xian saw this, he was immediately dumbfounded. This guy, he was actually starving to the point of death. At this moment, another 7 or 8 people rushed out, and when they saw Yi Xian, they directly rushed in front of him, and like the old man, they directly cried. Yi Xian took a look, and he realized that these dozen people were actually ordinary people. All of them were ordinary people, not a single cultivator. Yi Xian's mind was instantly dumbfounded. Yi Xian looked at the profound sect in the distance, and after a moment he suddenly raised his middle finger. "Old June, I'll hit your grandma's hammer." P.S. Chapter 7. And, what kind of joke is this? Is Chapter 7 worthy of my temperament? Chapter 7. Chapter 7. 7017K. Chapter 2286. Revenge. He knew that this was definitely old June's revenge. "Didn't I just cheat you of 1,000,000 universe veins? Do you have to do this?" Yi Xian was on the verge of collapse. What the hell? At this moment, the sloppy old man who was hugging Yi Xian suddenly said with a trembling voice, Young master, do you have anything to eat? I feel like I can't hold on." Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian stood in front of a statue in a dilapidated hall and was silent. This statue was his father's statue. It was also very dilapidated and incomplete. There was only one eye left. At the side, the sloppy old man and a dozen people were wolfing down their food. These people looked like they hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. The way they ate was scarier than heaven forsaking them. Yi Xian looked at these people and was completely speechless. At this moment, he felt that his life was incomparably dark. What the hell? After a while, the sloppy old man and the others left after eating and drinking. The sloppy old man came in front of Yi Xian and bowed deeply. "Young master." Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, "Are you done eating?" The sloppy old man grinned. "I'm full." Yi Xian smiled. "Tell me about the mystic sect and you guys." He felt that things shouldn't be so simple. Since these people were his father's people, they shouldn't be ordinary people. The sloppy old man hesitated and asked, "Young master, are you disappointed?" Yi Xian looked at the sloppy old man and smiled. "Why do you say so?" The sloppy old man smiled bitterly. Young master's expression and eyes are filled with disappointment. It is obvious that we are completely different from what young master had imagined. Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I won't hide it from you." You guys are indeed a bit different from what I had imagined. The old tower old man smiled. I understand. Saying that, he bowed slightly. Young master, follow me. Saying that, he brought Yi Xian and walked towards the side hall. Yi Xian was curious and followed him. When the old man opened the door to the side hall, Yi Xian was stunned. The inside of the side hall was very, very large. It was thousands of feet long and wide, and there were no less than 1,000,000 ancient scrolls placed inside. Library. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he turned to look at the old man. These are? The sloppy old man said seriously. Universe Encyclopedia. Yi Xian frowned. Universe Encyclopedia? The old man nodded. The 10 of us are responsible for writing the Universe Encyclopedia. There are many categories here. There's the civilization category, which records all the known civilizations in the universe. There's also the humanities category, the martial arts category, the realms category. In any case, other than Wuxia College, we have the most comprehensive and the most powerful. Yi Xian was surprised. Wuxia Academy. The sloppy old man nodded. Celestial Treasure Pavilion was founded by Pavilion Master Qin Guan. Hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. The sloppy old man suddenly wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" The sloppy old man smiled bitterly. To be honest, Swordmaster hasn't given us a salary for more than 20 years. Yi Xian was speechless. The sloppy old man's smile became even more bitter. Young master. Yi Xian asked. How much do you get a year? The sloppy old man said. I get 100 universe veins a year. The rest get dozens of them a year. Yi Xian was silent. The sloppy old man glanced at Yi Xian and didn't dare to say anything else. Yi Xian suddenly walked to a bookshelf at the side. Realms category. Yi Xian was curious and picked up a thick ancient book. At this moment, the sloppy old man suddenly said, Inside are all the realms of the known universe. All realms of the known universe. Yi Xian nodded slightly and opened the ancient book. Four-dimensional universe. Body tempering realm, force training realm, internal strong realm, dual cultivation realm, endless realm, chi change realm, golden body realm, chi controlling realm, high sky realm, nether passage realm, divine combination realm, 10,000 dharma realm, true 10,000 dharma realm, law controlling realm, true law controlling realm, void piercing realm, origin realm, Yin realm, supreme realm, sage realm, creation realm, Dao realm, beginning Dao realm, knowing realm, Dao proving realm, Dao mastering realm, Tendo realm, emperor realm, god realm, end realm, peak end realm, seal ascension realm, unknown realm, creation realm, earth immortal realm, fate realm, life breaking realm, Dao seeking realm, Dao entry realm, Dao breaking realm, Dao extermination realm, five-dimensional universe, origin realm, universe realm, yin yang realm, life and death realm, heaven's legacy realm, karma realm, rebirth realm, sovereign realm, shattering void realm, origin return realm, void release realm, Dao breaking realm, Dao proving realm, Dao controlling realm, Dao attainment realm, six-dimensional universe, nine-dimensional universe, consolidation realm, divine mirror realm, eternal realm, immortal ascension realm, heavenly ascension realm, mortal destruction realm, peri-celestial realm, transcendent realm, deity breaking realm, deity destroying realm, concept realm, eternity realm, critical boundary realm, boundless realm, void realm, heaven ascension realm, transcendence realm, space-time realm, small saint realm, great saint realm, ancient god realm, body sculpting realm, personality sculpting realm, soul sculpting realm, jump out of the universe, god emperor realm, divine clone realm, divine soul realm, level 1 to level 20, seamless realm, seamless path, divine spirit realm, fate chart realm, life spirit realm, primordial spirit realm, fate knowing saint, fate knowing god, swordsman realm, swordsman, great swordsman, sword, grandmaster, swordmaster, sword emperor, sword celestial, great sword celestial, sword saint, transcendent sword saint, sword god, transcendent sword god, common sword, unrestrained sword, heart, sword transformation, mortal realm, heart sword, sword power, calm heart, focus. Ninth level civilizations. Heartless, thoughtless, bodiless, soulless, Taoless, non-universe origin realm. Inside circle, break circle, draw circle great Matian domain. Mental connection, Dao Ming, embodiment of freedom 6 realms. Breaking realm Dao gathering. Prying into the profound, understanding profound, life profound metaverse. Eternal heart, 1 to 6, ancient universe. Half-step sacred heart, true divine, immortal realm, eternal immortal realm. Supreme immortal realm observing the dark universe. Boundless realm, quantitative change realm, qualitative change realm, half-step visualization realm. External appearance realm, internal perception realm. Time realm transcending time. Time immortal, time controller, reincarnation walker, understanding profound. Seeing these realms, Yi Xian was stunned. So many? Beside him the sloppy old man said. There are many realms and they are messy. In fact, many realms are redundant, and there is no need for them to exist. However, because Pavilion Master Qin Guan has reorganized them, we did not do them again. Yi Xian said. Who came up with these realms? The sloppy old man said. Strictly speaking, it should be Daebi. Yi Xian could not help but say. Is there something wrong with this? It came up with so many realms. Is there something wrong with its brain? Daebi. The sloppy old man hesitated, and then said, Young master, Daebi moves the path of the great path, transcending everything. Be careful with your words. Yi Xian shook his head, closed the ancient book, and then said, This is ridiculous. The sloppy old man smiled slightly. Actually, it is still okay now. Pavilion Master Qin Guan has already sent the realms she organized to the various realms. And now she has removed almost 70% of the realms. I have taken a look, and I feel that it is very, very good. Speaking of this, he shook his head and smiled. I have to say this Qin Guan is really an extraordinary person. Her talent really makes me admire her, the kind that I would prostrate myself in admiration. Yi Xian smiled, and then walked to the next bookshelf. He picked up an ancient book and looked at it. After a while, his expression gradually became solemn, and soon he went to the next bookshelf in this way. Yi Xian looked at more than a dozen bookshelves in one go. Shocking. This was Yi Xian's current mood at the moment. The wide range of knowledge in these bookshelves, the depth of these books, deeply shocked Yi Xian. In particular, some of the cultivation methods were so detailed that it made his scalp tingle a little. Yi Xian turned to look at the sloppy old man. These were all written by a dozen of you? The sloppy old man nodded. Yes. Saying that, he hesitated, and then said, Young master, is there anything that was not written well? If it is not written well, please give us a pointer or two. Pointer? Yi Xian thought about it, and then said seriously, There are indeed many shortcomings. The sloppy old man hurriedly asked, What shortcomings? Yi Xian thought about it again, and then said, Let's talk about this another day. The sloppy old man was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly said, How should I address you, senior? The sloppy old man hurriedly said, Young master, I don't dare to call you senior. You can just call me Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Elder Xian, my father gave you over 100 universe veins a year, right? Elder Xian nodded. Yes. However, Swordmaster would give more every time. Moreover, Swordmaster would think of ways to help us obtain some of our academic materials. Not only that, Swordmaster would also give us some elixirs to increase our lifespans. Swordmaster originally wanted us to cultivate, and then he would provide us with cultivation resources. Unfortunately, we don't like to cultivate and only like to do academic research. Yi Xian smiled, and then he took out a storage ring and handed it to Elder Xian. Elder Xian glanced at it, and there were 4,000 universe veins in the storage ring. Seeing so many universe veins, Elder Xian's expression instantly changed. Young master, this, Yi Xian smiled. This is what you deserve. As he spoke, he took out another storage ring and handed it to Elder Xian. This is for those who follow you to do academic research. Elder Xian glanced at it, and then he bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Thank you, young master. Yi Xian was slightly moved. Father really got a great bargain. These people were really geniuses. Although they didn't know how to cultivate, these people were extremely knowledgeable. 1 or 200 universe veins a year was really too little. However, he didn't immediately give a high price. This had to be done slowly. In any case, he wouldn't mistreat Elder Xian and the others. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Next, I will study these with you." As he spoke, he paused for a moment, and then said, "I will also give you some pointers." The sloppy old man was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "That's great." Yi Xian glanced at the scene and took a deep breath. He decided to read. Read more books. Pretending wasn't scary. What was scary was pretending to be cultured. PS Chapter 8. And some readers said that the explosion wouldn't exceed 8 chapters. What a joke. 8 chapters? Are you looking down on me? Those who said no more than 8 chapters, come out and apologize. Thank you. 7017K. Chapter 2287. Following Yi Xian's arrival, the Xian sect had undergone earth-shattering changes. All of them were filled with energy, because they could eat their fill, and their salaries had increased. At that moment, the dozens of people in the Xian sect were full of energy, and Yi Xian would study with Ji Xian and the others every day, writing books together. Of course, he would only watch and occasionally give some pointers. It must be said that Yi Xian admired Ji Xian and the others a lot. Ji Xian and the others didn't cultivate, but their knowledge was terrifying. These guys were proficient in astronomy, geography, space civilization, cultivation system, mystic arts, for example. They didn't cultivate, but they knew more about these realms than those who did. Shocking. After interacting with Ji Xian and the others, Yi Xian was deeply shocked. These people's knowledge was probably only second to Qin Guan. And during this period of study, Yi Xian also gained a lot. He now deeply believed that studying was useful. And Yi Xian also found that he seemed to like the feeling of reading. Cultivating one's mind. Reading could truly calm his heart, to think, to comprehend, to understand the world and the universe, to feel the thoughts of others. In life, there were many times when one should stop to calm his heart and settle down. Life wasn't just fighting and killing. Noon. Yi Xian was lying at the entrance of the Xian sect's main hall, holding an ancient book in his hand. The warm sunlight shone on his body, warming him up. The ancient book in his hand was called 36 Yin-Yang Techniques. Yi Xian was enjoying it. At this moment, Ji Xian walked over with a cup of tea. The ancient book in Yi Xian's hand suddenly turned into a human geography book. Ji Xian walked to Yi Xian's side and bowed. "Young master, please have some tea." Yi Xian took the cup and took a sip, then smiled. "Elder Ji, is there anything I can help you with?" Ji Xian wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian smiled. "Just say it." Ji Xian said, "Young master, we need some funds to buy some ancient books." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Ancient book?" Ji Xian nodded. "That's right. Some ancient books recorded some unknown civilizations or ancient martial techniques. They have great research value." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "That's a good thing. I'll go with you. Don't worry about money, I'll deal with it." Hearing that, Ji Xian was extremely excited. He immediately bowed deeply to Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, "Young master, thank you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? What you're doing is benefiting all living beings in the universe. It's a great merit, a great fortune, and the significance is great." Ji Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young master, are you willing to publicize the results of our research? And for free?" Yi Xian nodded. "Of course." Hearing this, Ji Xian immediately bowed deeply. "Young master is kind. That's great." Yi Xian grinned. "I intend to establish an academy and gather even more scholars to join us." As he spoke, he looked up into the sky and spoke softly. "All along the way, I noticed that countless cultivators are too vicious. Everyone starts fighting at the slightest disagreement, and it's either you or me who dies. This world shouldn't be like that. If everyone in the world reads as much as I do, then this world would be much better." Ji Xian bowed deeply to Yi Xian once more. "We're willing to assist you, young master." Yi Xian smiled, and then he gazed at the plaque above him. He thought for a moment before he said, "We'll establish an academy that strives to improve the vicious aura in the universe." There's no order or rules in the world, so it causes people to be impetuous and prioritize profit over everything. Our academy's objective is to establish a will for the universe, establish a life for all living beings, continue the techniques of the past sages, and establish peace for all ages. Create order and establish peace. Jixian hurriedly said. That's great. Yi Xian grinned. Let's call it Guanxian Academy. Guanxian Academy. Jixian nodded. Okay. Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Aren't we going to purchase ancient books? Come, I'll go with you. Jixian hurriedly said. Young master, please. In a carriage. Jixian and the others didn't know how to cultivate, so wherever they went, they would take a carriage, and it was the only carriage. This time, Jixian only brought a young girl with him. This young girl was his disciple named Qingqiu. He had just taken her in not long ago, and she almost starved to death the moment she arrived. Because of this, Qingqiu was skinny, but she was in good spirits, holding an ancient book in her hand at all times. Yi Xian and Qingqiu sat in the carriage while Jixian drove the carriage. This was specially arranged by Jixian, hoping that Qingqiu could learn from Yi Xian. In Jixian's heart, this young master was knowledgeable and wise. Qingqiu sat opposite Yi Xian, looking a little reserved. Yi Xian looked at Qingqiu. Qingqiu was about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a green robe. He was skinny, but he was full of vigor. Yi Xian smiled. Don't be nervous. Qingqiu nodded slightly, but he seemed even more nervous. Yi Xian glanced at the ancient book in Qingqiu's hand, then asked, What book are you reading? Qingqiu hesitated, then said softly, The Golden Mean. Yi Xian smiled. The book says that sincerity is the highest realm in life. Do you think it's right? Qingqiu thought for a while, then said, Yes. Qingqiu said seriously, Only sincerity can guide the world, establish the foundation of the world, and know the evolution of heaven and earth. The path of sincerity will lead to the supreme realm. Young master, if you want to establish your heart for the universe, establish your life for all living beings, inherit the supreme knowledge for the saints, establish peace for all ages, create order, and build peace, you must be sincere. If you treat the universe with sincerity, the universe will treat you with sincerity. Yi Xian was silent. Qingqiu hesitated, then said, Am I wrong? Yi Xian smiled. You are right. However, you have to remember one thing. The hearts of people in this world are very complicated. People need to be sincere to each other, but they also need to be vigilant. As the sages said, we must not have the heart to harm others, but we must be vigilant. We should treat good people with sincerity, but we should treat bad people with sincerity. Saying that, he smiled but didn't say anything. Qingqiu hesitated, then said, To treat bad people, we should use kindness and love to influence them, right? Yi Xian was silent. Qingqiu glanced at Yi Xian cautiously. Am I wrong? Yi Xian thought for a while, then said, What if kindness and love can't influence them? Qingqiu's right hand suddenly clenched the ancient book in her hand. Her eyes were full of determination. Kill them! Kill them! Yi Xian was stunned. He was somewhat shocked. Yi Xian looked at Qingqiu in front of him. She still looked so weak, but her eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Yi Xian was silent. His intuition told him that this young lady's future was not simple. Studying was not scary, but it was scary to become a bookworm. No matter how knowledgeable one was, they would still be pedantic. Yi Xian thought for a while, then said, Do you want to cultivate? Qingqiu blinked. Can I? Yi Xian nodded. If you want, you can. Qingqiu was still hesitant. But cultivation costs money. Our college is very poor. Yi Xian laughed. It's okay. If you want to cultivate, I will take care of the money. Qingqiu blinked. Can I? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Qingqiu stood up and bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Thank you, young master. Yi Xian smiled and did not think much of it. But what he did not know was that his little act of kindness today would lead to the birth of a peerless empress in the future. Qingqiu Empress. Dual cultivation of literature and martial arts. That era was also known as the most glorious era of the universe after the Three Swords era. Countless cultivators were fortunate to be born in that era because after the Three Swords era ended, the vast universe fell into a long period of darkness. Martial arts collapsed and civilization was interrupted. That era was known as the darkest era in history. Until the appearance of this Qingqiu Empress, Yi Xian would never have thought that his small act of kindness today would reap great benefits for his descendants even though he did not reap the fruits of his kindness. After chatting with Yi Xian, Qingqiu was no longer as nervous. He would often consult Yi Xian on some questions, including academic questions and martial arts questions. As for academic questions, Yi Xian would naturally bluff. To be honest, in terms of academic knowledge he was not as good as Qingqiu. This made him feel ashamed. Of course, although he was not as knowledgeable as Qingqiu, he had regained his confidence in cultivation. The two of them chatted happily. Of course, most of the time, it was Qingqiu who consulted Yi Xian. Unknowingly, the three of them arrived at one of the three major cities in the universe of gods, Immortal City. The universe of gods had 4 worlds and 3 cities. The 4 worlds were Hill World, Mountain World, Mysterious World, and Yunjia. The 3 cities were Immortal City, Heavenly Speech City, and Eternal City. Yi Xian looked at the Immortal City in front of him. He had to admit that it was really grand. The gates of the city walls were bigger than the entire Mysterious Sect Hall. Qingqiu looked at the Immortal City in front of him curiously. After the 3 of them entered the city, they instantly became a strange scene. Ordinary people? On both sides of the street, some people looked at Yi Xian and the other 2 curiously. In this era, basically everyone cultivated. In other words, ordinary people would only appear in those low-level worlds. Completely ordinary people like Yi Xian and the other 2 were very rare to see. As Yi Xian concealed his aura in the eyes of others, he was also an ordinary person. Qingqiu looked around curiously. "Young master, why are they all looking at us?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Because they are all very powerful while we are not." Qingqiu blinked and didn't seem to understand. Soon, the 3 of them came to a small building. After entering the small building, Yi Xian found that the small building was a bookstore. In this bookstore, there were some ancient books. In this bookstore, there were many people reading books. Moreover, some of them were time immortals. "Young master, please wait for a moment. I will go and find the owner," Xu Xian said. After saying that, he walked towards a distance. Yi Xian looked around curiously. In the end, he brought Qingqiu to a bookshelf. He took down an ancient book and started reading. Qingqiu also wanted to read, but Yi Xian quickly put it away. "You can't read this." Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "Why?" Qingqiu blinked his eyes. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Only people like me, who are calm and have a pure heart, will not be influenced by such ancient books." Qingqiu giggled. "Young master, you're not serious at all." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xu Xian walked back with a bitter expression. Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" Xu Xian smiled bitterly. "If we want to see their boss, we have to make an appointment. I just made an appointment. Their boss might only see us after 3 days." Yi Xian frowned slightly when he heard this, and then he glanced at the surroundings. He noticed that all the people who were reading had someone serving them warmly, but there wasn't a single person around the 3 of them. He chose to ignore them. Qingqiu gently pulled on Yi Xian's sleeve and said softly, "Is it because we are poor that we are not valued?" Yi Xian was silent. "How should I answer you?" P.S. Chapter 9. Was it over? Bulsh *T. Ending with just 9 chapters? Was that considered a breakthrough? Wouldn't that be fooling the readers? Zhang Lai. Continue. 7017K. Chapter 2288. Qingqiu looked at Yi Xian, waiting for his answer. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "You're right." Qingqiu lowered his head slightly. Yi Xian rubbed Qingqiu's head gently and said with a smile, "Don't be sad, this is the reality of society. When you're weak, they look down on you. When you're rich, they envy you." Qingqiu nodded. "Understood." At the side, Xu Xian sighed softly. Yi Xian said with a smile. "It's okay. Elder Xian, you're knowledgeable, so it's normal that you're not good at these things. However, I suggest you go out and have a look. The universe is vast, and you'll gain a lot from it. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. Xu Xian bowed slightly. I've learned something. Yi Xian smiled, then he walked to a steward in the distance. The steward glanced at Yi Xian with a calm expression. What's the matter? Yi Xian said with a smile. Can I see your boss? The steward shook his head. No. You have to make an appointment first. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then opened his palm, and a storage ring silently flew to the steward. The steward was stunned when he saw it. 100 universe veins. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Please inform him. The steward's originally cold face suddenly showed a trace of a smile. Young master, please wait a moment. With that he turned and left. Not long after, the steward returned with a smile. Young master, the club master invites you. Please go upstairs. Yi Xian said with a smile. Thank you. The steward smiled slightly. You're welcome. Yi Xian led Qingqiu and Xu Xian upstairs. Qingqiu suddenly pulled Yi Xian's sleeve. Is this what they mean by money makes the world go round? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Let's put it another way. This is the wisdom of the world. Qingqiu frowned slightly. The ways of the world. Yi Xian nodded. To walk in this society, apart from possessing great strength, you also need to learn the ways of the world. Read more books, do more things. Qingqiu nodded thoughtfully. Soon, the three of them arrived at the second pavilion. Within the second pavilion, the three of them saw an old man. The old man's hair and beard were completely white. At this moment he was holding a thick ancient book and reading it with great interest. Beside Yi Xian, Xu Xian cupped his fists. Dojo Master Yu, nice to meet you. I am Xianzong Xu Xian. Headmaster Yu put down the ancient book and glanced at Xu Xian. What's the matter? Xu Xian hurriedly said. I heard that your academy has the 12th Song's history scrolls. We would like to buy them for research. I wonder if Headmaster Yu is willing to sell them? Dojo Master Yu immediately shook his head. I'm not willing. Xu Xian was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to reject him so directly. Xu Xian naturally did not want to give up just like that. He immediately said, Master Yu, the price is negotiable. Dojo Master Yu glanced at Xu Xian. Negotiable? Then tell me, how do you want to negotiate? Xu Xian hesitated for a while and then said, You can state a price. Dojo Master Yu shook his head. You can't afford it. Xu Xian. Beside Yi Xian, Qingqiu said softly, Young master, does he think that we are poor? Yi Xian nodded. Qingqiu frowned slightly. If we are rich, he will treat us differently, right? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Qingqiu was silent for a while before saying, Young master, why do you respect master so much? Master is poor, but I feel that you really respect him. Yi Xian chuckled. Because your young master was poor in the past. Moreover, Elder Xian is knowledgeable. He is worthy of respect. As he said, he walked to Xu Xian. Xu Xian smiled bitterly, and was about to speak when Yi Xian smiled. You are using the wrong method. Xu Xian was stunned. Using the wrong method? Yi Xian turned and walked to Dojo Master Yu. He took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Dojo Master Yu. There were 100 universe veins in it. Dojo Master Yu glanced at it and frowned. You want to humiliate me? Yi Xian took out another storage ring. There were 1,000 universe veins in the storage ring. Dojo Master Yu stared at Yi Xian with undisguised anger. What kind of person do you think the old man is? Yi Xian didn't speak. He silently took out another storage ring and placed it in front of Dojo Master Yu. This time, there were 10,000 universe veins in the storage ring. Dojo Master Yu was slightly stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that the young man in front of him could take out 10,000 universe veins. However, he was still very tough. Dojo Master Yu stared at Yi Xian with a mocking smile. The old man hates people like you who think you can do whatever you want just because you have some money. Yi Xian suddenly took out a storage ring and placed it on the table. There were 1 million universe veins in the storage ring. 1 million. How terrifyingly huge was this wealth? It could be said that even if he sold books for 100,000 years, he wouldn't be able to obtain 1,000,000 universe veins. When Dojo Master Yu saw the 1,000,000 universe veins in the storage ring, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was petrified on the spot. 1,000,000 universe veins. 1,000,000. He had never seen so many universe veins in his entire life. Yi Xian looked at Dojo Master Yu with a calm expression. Dojo Master Yu gulped and then said, "Young master, please sit. Let's talk in detail. Servants, serve tea. Serve my top-grade immortal spirit tea." Yi Xian suddenly put away the storage ring on the table and turned to look at Xu Xian and Qing Qiu. "Let's go." Xu Xian nodded. "Okay." The three of them left. Dojo Master Yu was stunned. Then he said angrily, "You dare to play with me?" Yi Xian turned to look at Dojo Master Yu and frowned. "Play with you? Did I?" Dojo Master Yu stared fixedly at Yi Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Yi Xian said seriously, "We came to buy books. Now we won't buy them. Is there a problem?" Dojo Master Yu's expression suddenly became calm. "No problem." At this moment, three mysterious experts suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian's group. Their auras weren't weak. They were all time walkers. They hadn't even reached the time immortal realm. Yi Xian glanced at the three of them, and then he looked at Dojo Master Yu. "Dojo Master Yu, what's the meaning of this? We are all scholars. Do you want to use force?" Dojo Master Yu was expressionless. "Leave the storage ring and leave." "Robbery." Xu Xian couldn't help but say angrily. "How can you do this? This is simply indecent. Shameless. Shameless." Poor Xu Xian. Even though he read a lot of books, he didn't have many words to curse at. Yi Xian sighed softly. "Dojo Master Yu, we are all scholars. We should be reasonable. Do you think it's appropriate for you to do this?" The three mysterious experts behind Yi Xian were about to make a move, but they were stopped by Dojo Master Yu. Dojo Master Yu looked at Yi Xian with apprehension. Is this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Thinking of this, Dojo Master Yu was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. This isn't normal. Can an ordinary person take out 1,000,000 universe veins so casually? Can he? That was obviously impossible. Only those top forces could take out 1,000,000 universe veins so easily. Most importantly, after his people had appeared, this young man was actually so calm and composed. Why is he so calm? Why? Strength. Or background? Thinking of this, Dojo Master Yu completely calmed down. At this moment, he was sure that this young man was definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He wanted to show off. Thinking of this, Dojo Master Yu suddenly glared at the three experts. "Who let you come out? Get lost." The three powerhouses were shocked when they heard this. What the hell? Dojo Master Yu suddenly flew into a rage. "What are you looking at? Get lost." The three experts looked at each other. They were still confused, but they didn't dare to ask. They immediately retreated. Next to Yi Xian, Xu Xian frowned. He was puzzled. Qing Qiu glanced at Yi Xian beside her and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Yi Xian looked at Dojo Master Yu with a calm expression. Dojo Master Yu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young master, it was just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Saying this, he took out a storage ring. "This is the 12 books of ancient history. I'll give it to you as a gift to make a friend." Yi Xian hesitated and waved the storage ring in his hand. "Don't you want to rob me? 1,000,000 universe veins." Dojo Master Yu said seriously. "What are you talking about, young master? We are all scholars. How can we act like robbers? Do you think the old man has read so many books for nothing? The old man has justice in his heart. The old man's values are very correct." Yi Xian was speechless. This idiot didn't follow the rules. What should I do? I can't act tough anymore. Dojo Master Yu quickly said. "Young master, I did offend you just now. Please forgive me. I'll bow to you. I'm sorry." Saying this, he bowed deeply to Yi Xian. After bowing, he bowed to Xu Xian. "I didn't treat you well just now. Please forgive me. I'm very sorry." Seeing this, Xu Xian quickly said, "No, it's okay. It's a small matter. You don't have to be like this." Dojo Master Yu smiled. You should be someone who has a lot of knowledge. I have some basic ancient books here. I wonder if you're interested in studying them together? Hearing this, Xu Xian was overjoyed. Ancient books. Dojo Master Yu nodded. Yes. Xu Xian bowed. Thank you. Dojo Master Yu hurriedly pulled Xu Xian to the bookshelf on the spot. Qingqiu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young master, the development of the story seems to be different from what you imagined, right? Yi Xian smiled. What should the original plot be like? Qingqiu thought for a while and said, I think he wanted to rob young master. But young master suddenly showed great strength and robbed him instead. Not only did he benefit from it, but it was also justifiable. He wouldn't have any psychological burden. Yi Xian glanced at Qingqiu. He didn't say anything, but he was shocked. Qingqiu smiled. It seems that reading is useful, because by reading one's brain will be sharper. One can analyze things and predict blessings and misfortunes, right? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. Saying so, he looked at Dojo Master Yu and said softly, This enemy has suddenly become smart. Why am I suddenly not used to it? I really miss those enemies who wanted to kill me at the slightest disagreement. Not only did they want to kill me, but they also wanted to kill my entire family. When Yi Xian spoke, he did not lower his voice. Hence, Dojo Master Yu could hear him clearly. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Damn it. This idiot just wanted to act cool. Luckily, he didn't act cool. Too scary. PS Chapter 10. What is an outburst? Is less than 10 chapters considered outburst? I hate those authors who say that they are outburst after a few chapters. Seriously. From today onwards, I will set a benchmark. Anything less than 10 chapters is not outburst. 7017K. Chapter 2289. Club owner You saw them off in person. Yi Xian and the other two left the library. Watching Yi Xian and the other two leave, Master Yu felt relieved. Meanwhile, an old man walked over to Dojo Lord Yu's side, and the old man hesitated for a moment before he said, Dojo Lord, should we investigate that young man? Master Yu shook his head. No need. The old man was puzzled. Why? Master Yu said softly. He's someone we can't afford to offend. What's the difference if we investigate him or not? The old man said in a low voice. I don't see anything special about that young man. Master Yu said softly. That's why you're working for me. Then he turned and left. The old man was speechless. In the distance, Xu Xian was holding the 12 volumes of history, as if he had obtained a treasure. He was beaming with joy and excitement along the way. Qingqiu, on the other hand, looked around curiously. She had never been to such a prosperous place before. Therefore, she was very curious about everything she saw at this moment. Suddenly, Yi Xian brought the two of them to a noodle stall. Yi Xian smiled. Boss, give me 3 bowls of noodles and 3 eggs. Okay. In the distance, the boss shouted and started to get busy. Qingqiu looked at Yi Xian curiously, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Xian smiled. Why are you looking at me? Qingqiu giggled. Young master, I suddenly feel that you're very handsome. Yi Xian gently tapped Qingqiu's head. Don't tell me the truth. Xu Xian. Qingqiu covered her mouth and giggled. Soon 3 bowls of noodles were served. Looking at the 3 bowls of noodles in front of him, Yi Xian suddenly fell silent. Qingqiu said softly, What's wrong? Yi Xian smiled. I miss my sister. Yi Ling. He hadn't seen Yi Ling for a long time. Qingqiu hesitated and said, Can I be your sister too? Yi Xian looked at Qingqiu and said with a smile, My sisters are very powerful. Qingqiu's expression dimmed as he lowered his head slightly. Yi Xian smiled and said, Are you not confident? Qingqiu looked up abruptly. Yes. Yi Xian laughed. Qingqiu suddenly said, Brother young master, I will definitely be the strongest among all your sisters. Yi Xian blinked. The difficulty is a little high. Qingqiu asked seriously, Is it very high? Nodding his head, Yi Xian took out a pair of chopsticks and placed it before Qingqiu with a smile. You don't have to be the best, but you can make it unique. After a moment of silence, Qingqiu said, I understand. After that, She picked up the bowl of noodles in front of her and started to eat. Although Qing Qiu looked gentle and quiet, his eating could be called wild. A bowl of noodles was already finished in less than 3 breaths of time. Her eating speed was comparable to Tianqi's. This was ridiculous. She was starving. After eating, Qing Qiu noticed Yixian was looking at her, and she blushed. Yixian smiled and said, "Do you want more?" Qing Qiu nodded and put up a finger. Yixian smiled and said, "Boss, give me another bowl." Qing Qiu smiled. 10 bowls. Yixian was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. "You are too hasty." Soon 10 bowls of noodles were served. Yixian looked at Qing Qiu, who was wolfing down the food in front of him, and his heart suddenly became very calm. Is cultivation a battle? Does cultivation mean seclusion to comprehend? Does cultivation mean that I have to constantly force myself? Yes. The above 3 methods were his cultivation methods all along. But at this moment he suddenly felt that life was also cultivation. The fickleness of human nature was also a kind of cultivation for the heart. If he didn't calm down, how could he discover so many beautiful things around him? Just like at this moment, looking at Qing Qiu wolfing down the food, he felt that it was very beautiful. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly interrupted Yixian's thoughts. Yixian turned around and saw a woman walking towards him slowly from not far away. The woman had a voluptuous figure, and her steps were light. She wore a snow-white dress with a purple chiffon on the outside, and a dark purple belt around her waist. Her eyes were like water, but there was a touch of coldness in them, as if she could see through everything. Behind the woman, there were 12 golden armored guards. These 12 golden armored guards had a profound aura, and they were all Rebirth Walker Realm. Rebirth Walker Realm. Needless to say, this was very scary. It should be noted that the highest realm that Yixian knew was Mysterious Awareness. Her strength was extraordinary. Yixian looked at the woman walking towards him, and he suddenly felt very happy. It was obvious that this beautiful woman had discovered his uniqueness in this vast crowd, and had come to make friends with him. Sigh. Yixian sighed in his heart. Although he had tried his best to keep a low profile, outstanding people were outstanding no matter where they went. Just like gold, it would shine no matter where it was. At this moment, the woman walked to Yixian and Qing Qiu's side. Yixian was about to get up, but the woman suddenly looked at Qing Qiu. "Are you willing to follow me?" Yixian was stunned. "Not here to look for me? What the hell?" Qing Qiu was also stunned. It was obvious that she had not expected this woman to be here to look for her. Around them, people exclaimed, "It's the immortal ancient heaven." The immortal ancient heaven. The young city lord of the immortal ancient city, the most talented person in the immortal ancient city, and the youngest mysterious awareness realm cultivator in the immortal ancient city. At the same time, she was one of the 2 beauties of the immortal universe. In the eyes of countless people, she was a perfect fair-skinned, rich and beautiful woman. She had the looks, the strength, and the family background. At this moment, when the crowd found out that it was the immortal ancient heaven, they all looked at Qing Qiu with envy. It was obvious that the young city lord of the immortal ancient city had taken a fancy to Qing Qiu. Qing Qiu was stunned by Xian Gudian's question. After a while, she came to her senses and hurriedly looked at Yixian. Yixian smiled. "This lady thinks highly of you, and wants you to follow her. Are you willing?" Qing Qiu got up and bowed slightly to Xian Gudian. "Thank you for thinking highly of me, but..." As she spoke, she looked at Yixian. "I want to follow Big Brother Young Lord." Big Brother Young Lord. Hearing this, Xian Gudian frowned slightly. She turned to look at Yixian. "Can we talk in private?" Yixian nodded. "All right." Xian Gudian turned around and walked to the side. Yixian stood up and followed her. Meanwhile, he suddenly felt his sleeve tighten. When he turned around, he saw Qing Qiu staring at him nervously. Yixian grinned. "Don't worry." Qing Qiu hesitated for a moment, and then she let go. Yixian and Xian Gudian walked towards the distance. At this moment, more than a dozen divine senses locked onto Yixian. Yixian frowned slightly. Xian Gudian turned his head and glanced at the guards. The guards immediately retracted their divine senses and slightly bowed. Xian Gudian turned to look at Yi Xian. My apologies. Yi Xian glanced at Xian Gudian and felt slightly surprised. Xian Gudian suddenly said, that girl's physique isn't simple at all, and her future accomplishments are limitless. However, she needs a larger platform. Without a larger platform, her natural talent and physique will be buried. She stopped moving when she spoke up to this point, and then she turned around to look at Yi Xian. I'm not looking down on you, but I feel that I can give her better. If my words offended you, then I apologize. Yi Xian grinned, and then he turned to glance at Qing Qiu. At this moment, Qing Qiu was looking at him nervously. Obviously, she was afraid that he would sell her out. Yi Xian smiled, and then he looked at Xian Gudian. I'm Yi Xian, what's your name? Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. Xian Gudian. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yao, you're right. She really does need a larger platform. So it might be better for her to follow me. Xian Gudian's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard this, and she just stared at Yi Xian as if she wanted to see through Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. I didn't mean to offend you. I appreciate Miss Good intentions on behalf of my Qing Qiu. As he spoke, he bowed slightly, and then he turned around and left. Xian Gudian remained silent. Yi Xian walked over to Qing Qiu and Xu Xian, and then Qing Qiu hurriedly grabbed Yi Xian's right sleeve. Yi Xian smiled. Let's go. Qing Qiu's expression instantly relaxed when she heard this. The three of them stood up and left. Yi Xian suddenly asked Qing Qiu, do you know that girl from just now? She's very formidable. If you follow her, then you'll be able to live a good life in the future. Qing Qiu fell silent for a moment and then she said, I know. Yi Xian was a little curious. Then why didn't you agree? Qing Qiu fell silent for a moment, and then she said, if you follow her, you'll be invincible in the universe of gods. If you follow Big Brother Young Master, you'll be invincible in the entire universe. Hearing this, Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at Qing Qiu. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this girl in front of him was somewhat unfamiliar. Qing Qiu lowered her head slightly, and she was somewhat nervous. After a moment, Yi Xian grinned. Don't be nervous, it's good to have ambition. Hearing this, Qing Qiu's heart instantly relaxed. The group left. In front of the noodle stall, Xian Gudian came to the table and sat down, and a bowl of noodles was quickly served. The boss of the noodle stall was about to cry. Such a big shot came to eat noodles? Xian Gudian looked at the noodles in front of her for a long time, and then she suddenly moved her chopsticks. At this moment, an old man appeared beside Xian Gudian, and the old man bowed slightly. Miss, that person doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Do you want this subordinate to? Xian Gudian glanced coldly at the old man, and the latter's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. Xian Gudian slowly closed her eyes. From this moment onwards, you don't have to follow me. The old man was horrified, and his voice trembled. Miss this, Xian Gudian spoke softly. I don't want to have stupid people by my side. If I stay with stupid people, I'm afraid that I'll become stupid as well. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and it didn't take long for two mysterious experts to take the old man away. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman slowly walked over to Xian Gudian's side, bowed slightly and said, they didn't leave the city and went to Antique Street. I sent people to escort them in secret, so no one caused trouble for them. Xian Gudian turned to look at the beautiful woman. Aunt Lan, what do you think of that youth? The beautiful woman fell silent for a moment, and then she said, ignoring strength, his mental state and bearing are at the top of the world. And he might even surpass you. There are 3 points. Firstly, with your status, anyone who sees you would be nervous and timid. But this youth is calm and composed when facing you, and he doesn't seem nervous at all. Secondly, with your beauty, ordinary men would feel a sense of inferiority when seeing you. But when he spoke to you, he dared to look you straight in the eye, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. She paused for a moment, and then she said, this is a person with an extremely strong heart. Xian Gudian ate a mouthful of noodles, and then she said, and the 3rd point? The beautiful woman said, when he spoke to you, we enveloped him with our divine sense, and he revealed a displeased expression. This means that he is an extremely powerful person, because only experts would dare to act like that. If it was a weak person, they would be nervous and apprehensive. Xian Gudian suddenly put down her chopsticks. There is one more thing. The beautiful woman bowed slightly. Miss, please speak. I'm listening. Xian Gudian looked at the noodles in front of her. He eats noodles very naturally. To what extent? It's so natural that it seems like he eats it on a regular basis. She stood up and said, "This is a youth who walked out from suffering. At the same time, his identity isn't simple at all. He was probably specially sent out by a powerful power to gain experience." When she spoke up to this point, she turned to look at the stall owner. Did they not pay for their noodles just now? The stall owner was stunned, and then he hurriedly nodded. Those three really hadn't paid for their noodles when they left just now. Xian Gudian opened her palm, and a small cloth bag slowly floated over to the stall owner. "I'll pay for their noodles." With that, she turned around and left. P.S. 11 chapters. Those readers who said they didn't last more than 10 chapters, come out and apologize, vote, and tip. Be more self-aware. Thank you. 7017K. Chapter 2290. Immortal Ancient City, Antique Street. To put it bluntly, this antique street was filled with street stalls. This place was a mix of good and bad people. There were all kinds of people here. Some people could find good things here, but most of them were scammers. Coming to this place was suggested by Xu Xian. He wanted to see if there were any ancient books here. When they came to Antique Street, Yi Xian frowned slightly. This place was a little dark. The antique street wasn't spacious. There were some ancient buildings on both sides. The lighting was dim, and there was a kind of gloomy and oppressive feeling. Yi Xian looked into the distance. The street was quite long. On both sides of the street, there was a stall every 100 feet or so. These stall owners were very mysterious. Because they were all dressed in black robes, it was as if they were shameful. The three of them walked down the street. Along the way, Yi Xian glanced around and didn't see anything good. At this moment, Xu Xian quickly walked in front of a stall. On that stall, there was a worn-out ancient book. This ancient book's surface was already damaged. One look and one could tell that it had a long history. Xu Xian picked it up and took a look. He instantly smiled as if he had found a treasure. Yi Xian took a look and found that this ancient book was just an ordinary record, like a diary. Xu Xian turned to look at Qing Qiu and smiled. This kind of thing can best reflect the true situation of that era. After saying that, he looked at the stall owner. "Stall owner, how much is this?" The stall owner raised a finger. 1 universe vein. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This wasn't worth 1 universe vein. But Xu Xian directly handed the stall owner a universe meridian. Yi Xian looked at Xu Xian. Xu Xian smiled. Knowledge should be respected. Yi Xian was silent. Knowledge. He knew a few knowledgeable people. Sister Nian Qingguan. They were all very powerful, but their power came from their strength. Would people who were purely knowledgeable be respected if they didn't have powerful strength? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. The three of them continued forward. When he was about to reach the end, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at the stall at the side. On the stall he saw a rusty iron sword. Yi Xian was a little curious. He walked in front of the stall owner and picked up the rusty iron sword. As soon as he picked it up, the iron sword suddenly shattered into pieces. Yi Xian was stunned. What the hell? At this moment, the stall owner looked up at Yi Xian. It's broken. The stall owner was a woman wearing a long black robe. Her face was covered, revealing only a pair of eyes. Yi Xian said solemnly, "It's broken." The stall owner said calmly, "Should I compensate?" Yi Xian was speechless. The stall owner said, "Not much, just 100,000 universe veins." As she spoke, she stretched out her jade-like hand. It was very white and very tender. Yi Xian understood. This was a trap. Extortion. Yi Xian smiled and said, 100,000 universe veins. Isn't that too little? The stall owner looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of the stall owner. Inside the storage ring, There were 1,000,000 universe veins. 1,000,000. The stall owner's left hand suddenly clenched. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss, do you think it's not enough?" "If it's not enough." As he spoke, he took out another storage ring and placed it in front of the woman. This time, there were 5,000,000 universe veins in the storage ring. 5,000,000. Seeing this, the stall owner's expression instantly changed. At this moment, she knew that she had offended someone she shouldn't have. She hurriedly pushed the 2 storage rings back to Yi Xian and said, "Sir, it's just a misunderstanding." Yi Xian looked at the stall owner and didn't say anything. The stall owner hurriedly got up and bowed. "It's a misunderstanding." Yi Xian blinked. "I'm not listening." The stall owner. Yi Xian turned to look at Qing Qiu and said with a smile, "Choose an item from the stall." After saying that, he turned to look at the stall owner. "There's no problem, right?" The stall owner hurriedly shook her head. No. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Qing Qiu, choose." Qing Qiu hesitated for a moment, and then picked up a small pot. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he put away the 3 storage rings and left with Qing Qiu and Xu Xian. The stall owner immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "We've met a tough one." After Yi Xian and the others left the antique street, a black-robed man suddenly blocked the 3 of them. Wealth shouldn't be exposed. Just now Yi Xian had taken out those 3 storage rings, so he was obviously being targeted. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" The black-robed man said hoarsely, "Leave the storage rings and leave." Yi Xian blinked. "How dare you?" The black-robed man slowly clenched his right hand. "I want to risk it. If I risk it, maybe I can have a beautiful future." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly dashed forward and threw a punch at Yi Xian. However, just as he punched, a sword directly pierced his forehead. Boom. The black-robed man was nailed to the spot by this sword, unable to move. Instant kill. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of disbelief. Yi Xian sighed softly. "Do you think I'm very weak?" The black-robed man. Yi Xian opened his palm and the black-robed man's storage ring flew into his hand. He glanced at it. There were only a few thousand universe veins in the storage ring. Seeing this, Yi Xian was speechless. Too poor. Yi Xian turned to look at Xu Xian and Qing Qiu. "Let's go." After saying that, he turned and left. After buying a lot of materials in the city, Yi Xian and the other 2 left. After all, Guanxian Academy urgently needed a lot of materials. After returning to the academy, Yi Xian went to the library and began to read. He was immersed in the sea of books. As for the miscellaneous matters of Guanxian Academy, they were all handled by Xu Xian. After having money, Xu Xian began to recruit people and rebuild Guanxian Academy. After all, the current Guanxian Academy was too simple. In the library, Yi Xian was reading those realms that Qin Guan had organized. There were hundreds of realms, but after Qin Guan organized them, there were less than 20 realms. Ji Xian. The Deabi. Yi Xian was researching this realm. To research this realm, he had to know the Deabi first. The Deabi could write the fate of the universe. In layman's terms, this pen could dictate the fate of all living beings. Although it was just an executor, it could indeed change one's fate. Which cultivator didn't want to dictate their own fate? The Deabi. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly whispered, "Brother Bai, can we talk?" Milky Way. In the small room a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Talk my ass. Do I know you well?" In Guanxian Academy, Yi Xian didn't get any response. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. "How about I get Qing'er to talk to you?" Boom. In front of Yi Xian, the space suddenly trembled violently. Then, an illusory pen appeared in front of Yi Xian. The Deabi. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment he got up and smiled. "Brother Bai, hello." The Deabi calmly said, "What do you want to talk about?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I want to reach the Ji Xian realm." The Deabi looked at Yi Xian. "Then go cultivate. Why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Miss Qin Guan said in the book that to reach the Ji Xian realm, one must feel the trajectory of fate. Only then can one know the profound but I can't feel the trajectory of fate. The Daebi's voice was indifferent. If you can't feel it, then continue cultivating. Yixian thought for a moment, then said, Brother Bai, I'll let Qing come. You don't seem that friendly to me. Saying that, he was about to call Qing. The Daebi suddenly said, Wait. Yixian looked at the Daebi. The Daebi was silent for a moment, then said, I don't think that's necessary, right? Yixian said in a low voice, But you don't seem that friendly to me. The Daebi was silent. At this moment, it really wanted to hit someone, but it still forced itself to hold back. As the Daebi, no one knew better than it how terrifying the person behind this guy was. The Daebi tried to calm itself down and said softly, Talk, we can talk. Yixian blinked. I didn't threaten you, did I? The Daebi was silent for a long time, then said, No. Yixian nodded. That's good. These days, I read a lot of books. I think a person should be reasonable. Do you think I am reasonable? The Daebi. Yixian smiled slightly. Brother Bai, let's get back to business. These days I have been trying to sense the path of fate, but I have not found anything, which is quite distressing. Brother Bai, as the Daebi, the traveler of the path of fate, you should have a way, right? The Daebi was silent for a moment, then said, As far as I know, to reach the profound understanding realm, you must first become a reincarnation walker, and you are not even a time controller now, crossing two big realms. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Yixian said seriously, Brother Bai, I think you are wrong. I don't cultivate realms. I have no interest in cultivating realms. The reason why I want to know about the profound understanding realm is because I am interested. As for realms, again, don't use realms to measure me. The Daebi was silent for a long time. If you don't have an invincible sister. It did not continue. It really wanted to kill this pretentious guy in front of it. Don't cultivate realms? Is that even human? What the hell? Yixian suddenly laughed. Even if I don't have an invincible sister, I still have an invincible father. The Daebi, Yixian said with a smile. Brother Bai, let's get back to business. The Daebi was silent for a long time, then said, I can help you, but I will only help you once in the future. You can't look for me, what do you think? Yixian was silent for a moment, then said, No. The Daebi, Yixian said with a smile. Brother Bai, don't be so prejudiced against me. If we can be friends, I will be grateful in the future if you make things convenient for me. For example, if I say to Qing, you are a very good friend of mine. The Daebi suddenly trembled. The next moment, an illusory long brush appeared in front of Yixian. My clone, holding this brush, can use 30% of my strength. A brush tip can cut 100,000 galaxies in the universe. Can control all ancient Daos and Dharma. Above all living beings in the universe. Only below the Divine Book and the ancient character. With the Divine Book, any known universe can be unimpeded from now on. As long as you want, you can reach any realm at any time, of course, only for half an hour. At this point, it paused, then said, If the Divine Book and the ancient character don't appear, you are invincible. Yixian asked, What if the Divine Book and the ancient character come out? The Daebi was silent for a moment, then said, Your sister is invincible. Yixian. The Milky Way. In the depths of a mountain range, a woman was walking in the mountains. The woman was wearing a plain dress. At this moment, it was drizzling, but the woman in the plain dress was not wet at all. The mountain was surrounded by clouds, like a fairyland. Soon, the woman in the plain dress arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a stone house at the top of the mountain. The woman in the plain dress walked to the door of the stone house. She opened the door. Inside the stone house sat a man. In front of the man was a desk. On the desk, there were two thick books. On the left book, two words could be vaguely seen. Invincible. Next to the two books, there was a piece of white paper. On the paper were 6 big black words. And next to the paper, there was a pen case without a pen. In the man's right hand, there was a cup of water. Seeing the woman in the plain dress, the man smiled. Finally, you found it. The woman in the plain dress looked at the man. After a long time, her expression suddenly became ferocious. Her whole person like a madman roared. Why are you so weak? Why? Boom. In an instant, except for this stone house, the mountains were all destroyed. And this stone house, inch by inch, was annihilated. The man was silent. The woman in the plain dress stared at the man. Why? Why can't you be stronger? Why? The man did not answer. The woman in the plain dress slowly closed her eyes. You have greatly disappointed me. After saying that, she turned around and walked to the front of the mountain. She raised her head to look at the depths of the starry sky. Her eyes gradually became a bit dazed. Brother, I am so panicked. I don't want to be invincible. I really don't want to be invincible. Brother. Panic. This was the second time in her life that she panicked. The first time was because she lost her brother, and this time, why panic? Because invincible. She was really invincible. Invincible to the point that no one could pose a threat to her. And the person she saw just now was her current last hope. Of course, she did not think that that person could kill her. She only thought that that person just now perhaps could pose a little threat to her. A little threat. Just a little threat would be enough. However, she was disappointed. Completely disappointed. When she saw that man, her last trace of hope was shattered. So weak? She could not imagine that person was actually this weak. A light breeze blew. The woman in the plain dress's dress fluttered high in the wind. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The woman in the plain dress stood at the top of the mountain, feeling very lonely. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress slowly closed her eyes and said softly, Brother, when you are invincible in the world, I will go and kill the two of them. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Her expression gradually turned cold, and there was a trace of disdain in the corner of her mouth. Invincible? Who dares to call themselves invincible in front of me? P.S. Chapter 12. Those who said that my outbursts wouldn't last more than 5 chapters, please come out and vote. Thank you. Dare I ask my brothers, did you give your all today? Please call me the 12th watch egg. If you still call me an idiot today, I will fall out with you. Thank you. Finally, tickets. Where are your tickets? 7,017K. Chapter 2291. The Daebi. Yi Xian looked at the pen in his hand and fell into silence. External object. Super external object. One stroke of the pen could cut through hundreds of thousands of galaxies and universes. As long as he wanted to, he could reach any realm. He tried, and he directly reached the knowing profound realm on the spot. After reaching the knowing profound realm, he glanced around, and at this moment, he seemed to see the fate of all living beings. However, he did not know whether it was because of him or Daebi, but he could not see the results. Yi Xian looked at the fate of Qingqiu, and soon he frowned. Qingqiu's fate was actually hazy, and he could not see it clearly at all. Yi Xian was silent. This girl's future would be very extraordinary. Retracting his thoughts, Yi Xian's gaze once again fell on Daebi. Although he obtained this pen, he became more and more cautious. This kind of external object was very easy to rely on. He could not rely on this object too much, but he could use this object to improve himself. After all, external objects were external objects. If one day, Daebi took back this pen, wouldn't it be a pain in the ass? He could now use this pen to improve himself. After thinking it through, Yi Xian activated Daebi and directly let his realm reach the knowing profound realm. After reaching the knowing profound realm, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He was carefully feeling everything around him, and he could feel the fate trajectory. To feel, and then to familiarize. Fate trajectory. Because of Daebi's help, he could very clearly feel the fate trajectory of everything around him. However, he could not interfere. To be more accurate, he could not forcibly interfere. He could only do his best. Yi Xian began to slowly study this knowing profound realm. Knowing profound realm, knowing profound realm. His goal was to be able to reach the knowing profound realm in the future without Daebi. Just like that, Yi Xian spent the rest of his time in Guanxian Academy. Other than cultivating, he was reading. With Yi Xian's financial support, Guanxian Academy also underwent earth-shattering changes. The size of the entire main hall doubled, and not only that, Guanxian Academy also built a few more libraries. In addition, Guanxian Academy also recruited some people. Of course, they were all ordinary people. Only ordinary people would come to this academy. Early in the morning, Yixian lay quietly in front of the library of books. The sunlight shone down and covered his body with a thin layer of golden gauze. Yixian held an ancient book in his left hand, and a cup of spirit tea in his right. On his waist was a brush without a case. Yixian watched with great interest, unable to extricate himself. At this time, a woman slowly walked to Yixian's side. It was Qingqiu. Qingqiu brought the cup of spiritual tea to Yixian's side. "Brother young master, the tea should be changed." Yixian looked at Qingqiu and smiled. "Thank you." Then he put down the teacup in his hand and took Qingqiu's tea. Qingqiu hesitated and said, "Brother young master, I need more and more money for my cultivation." Yixian suddenly opened his palm and a storage ring flew in front of Qingqiu. There were 1,000,000 universe veins in the storage ring. Qingqiu was stunned. Yixian continued to read. "Take it and cultivate." Qingqiu trembled. Why? Yixian looked at Qingqiu. "What why?" Qingqiu looked at Yixian. Why? Why are you so good to me?" Yixian blinked. "Didn't you call me brother young master? I am the big brother. Isn't it normal for a big brother to be good to a little sister?" Qingqiu was stunned. Yixian smiled. "Go and cultivate." Qingqiu was silent for a long time. And, with that, she picked up the storage ring and left. Yixian looked at the departing Qingqiu. He shook his head with a smile and continued to read. When the sun was about to set, Shuxian suddenly walked to Yixian's side. "Young master." Yixian collected his thoughts and looked at Shuxian. Smiling, he asked, "What's wrong?" Shuxian said excitedly, "Young master, I just learned that Immortal Ancient City's Immortal Treasure Pavilion is going to auction a precious ancient book." Yixian frowned. "Precious ancient book?" Shuxian nodded. "Divine Tao Code. This was written by Miss Qingguan. It contains the world's divine techniques, Tao techniques, and Dharma spells. It is extremely precious." Qingguan. Yixian fell silent. Shuxian said excitedly, "Young master, are we going to auction it?" Yixian fell silent for a long time before he nodded. "Yes." Shuxian was extremely excited. "I'll go with you, young master." Yixian glanced at the surroundings, and then he shook his head. "I'll go by myself. You need to control the situation here." Shuxian hesitated for a moment, and then he said with slight pity, "All right." Yixian smiled. "Don't waste it. I'll show it to you first when I buy it." Shuxian was overjoyed. "Really?" Yixian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." Shuxian immediately bowed deeply, and then he said hurriedly, "I'll prepare a carriage for you, young master." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. "A carriage?" Yixian was stunned. Yixian arrived at the entrance, and Shuxian had already prepared a carriage. Shuxian bowed slightly. "Young master, please." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "A carriage it is then." As soon as he finished speaking, he boarded the carriage, and it quickly disappeared into the distance. The entire universe of gods was shocked when they found out that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was going to auction the Divine Path Codex. Qingguan. Who was that? She was the pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and the most extraordinary woman in the world. Before this, the physical cultivation of the universe was in a mess, and it was Miss Qingguan who reformed the physical cultivation of the realms. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that she had created some new realms. The Profound Awareness realm originally had 6 small realms, but after Miss Qingguan's modifications, only 2 remained. The first was the Profound Awareness realm, and the second was the Profound Insight realm. The most terrifying thing was that she had deleted the realms above the Profound Insight realm, and created a whole new realm. The first person in history. That was the evaluation of Qingguan by the universe of gods. And now, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was actually going to auction the Divine Path Codex that she had written. In an instant, the entire universe of gods was shaken. Then countless superforces and experts rushed to the ancient immortal city. No one knew what the Divine Path Codex was, but everyone knew that it was definitely not an ordinary divine item. That was because it was written by Miss Qing Guan. In an instant, as countless people rushed into the ancient immortal city, the entire city became extremely lively. At this time, Yi Xian also entered the ancient immortal city with his carriage. After asking around, he came to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion in the ancient immortal city had a total of 9 floors, and it was very grand and luxurious. At this moment, there were already some experts gathered around the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. These were all people who could not enter. To participate in this auction, one had to have a personal asset of 5 million universe veins. When Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion with his carriage, countless people looked over. Carriage? What was that? When Yi Xian walked out of the carriage, everyone's expression became strange. Because Yi Xian had concealed his aura, and because of Dedeabi, he looked like an ordinary person. He was wearing a very ordinary green robe. He held an ancient scroll in his hand, and there was a brush without a case hanging from his waist. He looked really shabby, especially that brush. It was so cheap that it didn't even have a case. Yi Xian ignored the gazes of the surrounding people, and walked toward the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. When one was alive, one shouldn't care about the gazes of others because one lived for oneself, not for others. Of course, the most important reason was that, in his opinion, he was richer than the people watching him. Looking down on me? What a joke! Only with strength could one truly ignore the gazes of others, because one was more awesome than them. When Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, a woman obstructed Yi Xian's path. She was around the age of 20, wore a white dress, and had long hair that fluttered in the wind. She had a gentle bearing and a faint smile on her face. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and grinned. "Young master, I need you to show me your assets." Assets? Yi Xian was stunned. What assets? The woman smiled and explained. To participate in this auction, one's assets must be at least 5 million universe veins. 5 million universe veins. Yi Xian nodded slightly. So that's how it is. As he spoke, he was about to withdraw his spatial ring when an exclamation resounded from the side. It's the eldest young miss of the immortal ancient heaven. The immortal ancient heaven. Everyone looked to the side. A woman was walking over slowly from afar. Her clothes were white like snow, and her expression was cold like an iceberg. All the men here held their breaths when they saw her. She was too beautiful. She was definitely the dream lover of countless men. But it didn't take long for them to lower their heads and not dare to look her in the eye. Right at this moment, immortal ancient heaven suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and she was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "Miss Ancient Heaven." Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. This young man knows immortal ancient heaven? Immortal ancient heaven walked slowly over to Yi Xian. "You've come to participate in the auction as well?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes. I've come to have a look." Immortal ancient heaven pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Together? Together?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the cultivators here were flabbergasted. The immortal ancient heaven is actually inviting this young man? Yi Xian grinned. "It would be my honor." Immortal ancient heaven nodded slightly, and then she glanced at the brush on Yi Xian's waist. She hesitated for a moment before she said, "What's that?" Yi Xian blinked. "Do you want to know?" Immortal ancient heaven nodded. Yi Xian grinned. He moved closer to immortal ancient heaven, and then he bent down and whispered by her ear. "Dedeabi. Dedeabi." Immortal ancient heaven was stunned. At this moment, she'd completely overlooked the fact that Yi Xian was so close to her. On the other hand, all the cultivators here were stunned. So close? They're actually that close? At this moment, Yi Xian blinked. "You are the only one I can tell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The pretty woman glanced at Yi Xian and Immortal Ancient Heaven. She hesitated for a moment, but she didn't ask Yi Xian to reveal his wealth in the end. Immortal Ancient Heaven fell silent for a moment before she followed him in. Ancient Immortal City. In the main hall, A beautiful woman was drinking tea while an old man was whispering something in front of her. A long time passed before the beautiful woman frowned slightly. So close? The old man nodded. She asked, "What's Yaoer's reaction?" The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "There's no reaction at all." The beautiful woman's face instantly fell, and a long time passed before she slowly closed her eyes. "Keep observing." The old man nodded and left silently. The beautiful woman's gaze gradually turned icy cold. Not just anyone can match up to my Yaoer. Chapter 2292. After entering the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, his field of vision immediately widened. He was now in a huge square that could hold over 100,000 people. At the center of the square was a circular platform that was dozens of meters long and wide. At this moment, there were 6 peerless beauties dancing on the platform. These 6 women all had hot figures. They wore very little inside, revealing their stomachs and thighs. Their clothes were made of thin muslin, and as they danced, many parts of their bodies were faintly discernible. It was extremely seductive. However, they were not vulgar. Especially the woman in the lead who wore a veil. Although one could not see her face clearly, from her silhouette, she was definitely a devastatingly beautiful woman. Especially her figure, it was truly hot to the extreme. Enough to make countless men commit crimes. Yi Xian could not help but take a few more glances at the veiled woman. Of course, his eyes were clear, and there was not the slightest bit of lust in them. Ever since he started studying, his thoughts had become pure, and those kinds of perverted thoughts were very, very few. When Yi Xian and Xian Gudian entered, there were already some people gathered in the hall. There were not many, only a few dozen people. At this moment, their arrival attracted the gazes of many people in the hall. Of course, most of them were looking at Xian Gudian. Xian Gudian's expression was calm. She was already used to such gazes. After all, she was beautiful. At this moment, an old man suddenly slowly walked before Xian Gudian and slightly bowed. "Miss Xian Gudian, I am the branch president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Nanqing. If you need anything, just let me know." Xian Gudian slightly nodded. "Many thanks." Nanqing slightly smiled. "Miss Xian Gudian, your seat is in the first row at the front of the circular platform. Follow me." With that, he turned around and led the way. Xian Gudian followed, but she only took 2 steps before she stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian in confusion. "Why are you not leaving?" Yi Xian blinked. "He said that your seat is in the first row, but he didn't say that mine is in the first row as well." Xian Gudian slightly shook her head. "You will sit with me." With that, she slightly paused and looked at Nanqing. "Is that all right?" Nanqing glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Of course." Just like that, Yi Xian and Xian Gudian sat in the first row. Meanwhile, the gazes of many people had started to descend onto Yi Xian. Curiosity and jealousy. After all, everyone knew that the immortal ancient heaven never treated men well. Yet now, she was actually sitting side by side with a man. More and more people curiously sized up Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and said, "Like a dagger on my back." Xian Gudian turned to look at Yi Xian. "Are you afraid?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." After a moment of silence, Xian Gudian said, "You are very confident to the point that I am quite shocked." Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the women dancing on the stage. To be more precise, he was looking at the veiled woman. In addition to admiration, there was a hint of other emotions in his eyes. He had Daebi, which could see through all concealment techniques. Xian Gudian looked at the 6 women dancing gracefully on the stage and suddenly said, "Are they beautiful?" Yi Xian was slightly startled, and then he smiled and said, "Are you talking about the dance or the person?" Xian Gudian's expression was calm. "The dance and the person." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "The dance is beautiful, but the person is even more beautiful." Xian Gudian was expressionless. Yi Xian continued to admire the dance. Righteous and pure people saw everything as pure, just like him. At that moment, Xian Gudian suddenly said, "Are they beautiful or am I beautiful?" After she finished speaking, she was stunned. Why did she ask that? Why did she compare herself to these dancers? Thinking to there, she frowned and felt somewhat displeased at her slip of the tongue. However, she had already spoken and could not take it back. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Yao, this question of yours, it's not easy for me to answer. Can I not answer it? Xian Gudian turned around to look at Yi Xian. Is it difficult to answer? Yi Xian thought for a bit, and then he said, Miss Yao, a beautiful body is nothing more than a bag of skin. A noble soul is what is truly noble. Miss Yao, do you know why I like you? Like me? Xian Gudian was stunned. Was this a confession? Her heartbeat suddenly sped up, but it quickly returned to normal. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Because Miss Xian Gudian has a noble soul. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled slightly. I once saw this line in an ancient book. True experts are willing to use the freedom of the weak as their boundary. After speaking, he looked at Xian Gudian and said with a smile, When I first met Miss liked Qing Qiu and wanted to take her as a disciple. However, you respected our intentions. Moreover, you gave us sufficient respect. I feel that this is how experts should be. An expert who is willing to reason with those who are weaker than him and respect the wishes of those who are weaker than him. I feel that this is what it means to be a true expert. A person who bullies the weak and fears the strong, no matter how strong he is not worthy of being called an expert. Xian Gudian remained silent for a long time, and then she said, Young Master Yi, you are a different kind of man. Yi Xian was speechless. Right at that moment, a young man walked over. He walked directly in front of Xian Gudian and smiled slightly. Miss Yao, long time no see. Xian Gudian nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The young man didn't feel embarrassed and he smiled slightly. Did Miss Yao also come for the Divine Tao Code? Xian Gudian nodded. Her expression was calm and even slightly cold. The young man smiled. It seems like our objectives are the same. Xian Gudian glanced at the young man. Young Master Yen might be speaking nonsense, but who hasn't come for the Divine Tao Code? This wasn't just coldness, it was impoliteness. The young man's expression instantly froze, and he felt quite embarrassed. However, he quickly returned to normal, and then he suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and changed the topic. He smiled. Brother, who are you? Yi Xian grinned. Yi Xian. The young man smiled. So it's Brother Yi. May I know where Brother Yi is from? Where is he from? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'm from Green City. The young man pondered for a moment, and then he frowned slightly and said, Green City? Yi Xian nodded. The young man shook his head. I've never heard of it. Yi Xian smiled. It's just a small place, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. As for me, I'm just an ordinary scholar. The young man smiled. Brother Yi, you're being too humble. How could someone who obtained Miss Xian Gudian's favor be an ordinary person? Xian Gudian's beautiful brows knit together when she heard this. Obviously, she was quite displeased. Yi Xian glanced at Xian Gudian and grinned. I'm honored as well. Xian Gudian instantly rolled her eyes at Yi Xian when she heard this. Her gaze was extremely flirtatious, and even she hadn't noticed it. Everyone in the surroundings had witnessed this scene. At this instant, all of them were stunned. It wasn't normal. Their relationship is definitely not normal. As for young Master Yan, he was stunned when he saw this, and then his expression instantly turned gloomy and cold. He was jealous. It wasn't a secret that he pursued Xian Gudian, and the world looked favorably upon him as well. Because he was the young master of Skyward City, Yan Bianyue. Their backgrounds were on par, and they were a perfect match. It could be said to be a match made in heaven. However, only he knew that Xian Gudian didn't have any feelings for him, and he didn't care. After all, Xian Gudian treated all men in the same way. But at this moment, he noticed that Xian Gudian treated him in a completely different way. It was ambiguous. It was ambiguous. Yan Bianyue's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and he didn't conceal it at all. Xian Gudian immediately frowned when she noticed Yan Bianyue's expression. At this moment, she suddenly felt quite regretful. She knew that her gaze from before had caused many to misunderstand. Moreover, It might cause endless trouble for Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yan Bianyue glanced at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left. He was naturally not stupid enough to flare up here, because if he did, then he would first offend the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and then he would offend Xian Gudian. However, he wasn't in a hurry because he had plenty of opportunities. Once Yan Bianyue left, the gazes of everyone here towards Yi Xian and Xian Gudian had become strange. Yan Bianyue suddenly said, "We'll leave together once it's over." Yi Xian blinked. "Do you intend to protect me forever?" Yan Bianyue gazed at Yi Xian and fell silent. "He's quite improper, but why don't I dislike him at all?" Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "It's fine." Xian Gudian spoke softly. "Young Master Yi, you're so mysterious. I've always been underestimating you, right?" Yi Xian smiled. "Which aspect are you referring to? Strength or background?" Xian Gudian gazed at Yi Xian. "Both." Yi Xian gazed at Xian Gudian and smiled. "Do you want to know? If you do, then I'll tell you." Xian Gudian looked Yi Xian in the eyes. "Are you willing to tell me?" Yi Xian smiled. "If it was anyone else, then I wouldn't be willing. But if it's you who asked, then I'm willing." Xian Gudian frowned slightly. "Why?" Yi Xian smiled. "Because Miss Tian treats me with sincerity, so I naturally have to treat you the same." Xian Gudian fell silent for a moment, and then she said, "I want to know." Yi Xian moved closer to Xian Gudian and whispered, "No one in this universe can take a single strike from me." Xian Gudian was stunned. Yi Xian smiled, and then he looked up at the dance on the platform. Xian Gudian remained silent for a moment, and then she asked, "What about your family background?" Yi Xian's expression was calm, and he had a faint smile on his face. The #1 clan in the universe. Xian Gudian gazed at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Is he lying to me? Xian Gudian slowly closed her eyes. She didn't know. At this moment, she couldn't tell if Yi Xian was telling the truth or lying. At this moment, the president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion branch, Nanqing, suddenly walked onto the round stage, and the 6 dancing women immediately stopped. As the 6 women retreated, the veiled woman suddenly glanced at Yi Xian with a smile in the corner of her eyes. Nanqing glanced at everyone here. At this moment, there were over 100 people gathered here. Quite a lot. Nanqing smiled and said, "Thank you all for participating in this auction. Today we will only be auctioning one divine item, the Divine Tao Code written by the chief editor of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As for this item, I haven't seen it before, but the Pavilion Master once said that anyone who cultivates this code will be invincible in the same realm. Fighting above realms will be as easy as drinking water, and they can even fight above 2 realms." At this point he paused for a moment, and then he said, "Without further ado, let's begin. The starting price is 5 million universe veins." 5 million universe veins. Hearing this, Yi Xian sighed softly. Qing Guan. She really was a super rich woman. If he took this divine Tao code to the various universes and auctioned it off, he didn't dare to think about it. Now he knew why Qing Guan was called Qing Guan. Qing Guan's money box. Temple Master? No, he felt that calling him Jar Master was more appropriate. In just a short while, the price had already reached 15 million universe veins. Yi Xian blushed with shame when he saw this. When Dong Linan left, he had left him some universe veins, including the ones he had obtained from the Fey Sky clan and the Celestial Mausoleum. He had less than 7 million universe veins. He had spent some before, so he still had about 6 million left. Clearly, this divine Tao code was not fated with him. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Under abnormal circumstances, was it necessary for him to buy the divine Tao code written by Qing Guan? Was it necessary? Naive. Soon, the divine Tao code had reached 2,000 universe veins. It had to be said that this was a sky-high price. In the hall, there were fewer and fewer people bidding. The one who bid the most was Yan Bianyue. This was because the Yan clan also did business, and it was very big. In the universe of gods, their business was only second to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, so they were very rich. When Yan Bianyue bid 2,800 universe veins, no one dared to bid anymore. Seeing that no one was bidding, Nanqing was about to bring down the gavel. At this moment, Yan Bianyue suddenly stood up. He looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, I noticed that you didn't bid even once. You didn't come here to freeload, did you? I was just joking. Don't be angry." Xian Gudian frowned when he saw Yan Bianyue targeting Yi Xian. He was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Young Master Yan, are you targeting me because of Lady Xian Gudian?" Yan Bianyue was stunned. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yi Xian to be so direct. Everyone here was stunned as well. They hadn't expected that Yi Xian would be so direct, because they were able to discern that Yan Bianyue was targeting Yi Xian because of Xian Gudian. However, they usually didn't expose it. Yi Xian smiled faintly. He looked at Xian Gudian and said seriously, "Miss Gudian, she is a very, very good woman. Any man's heart would be moved by her, including me. After all, everyone loves beauty, and I can understand that. However, young Master Yan, if you're thinking of using such a despicable method to attract her attention, or even make her like you, then you're gravely mistaken. Lady Yao isn't an ordinary person. She's a person with her own mind, and she's a person with a noble soul and character. Your actions are very despicable, and despicable people usually have despicable characters as well." As he spoke, he grinned. "I'll be frank. I'm not as rich as you, nor am I as strong as you, nor do I have a powerful background like yours. If you think that you can feel superior by stepping on me and show off in front of Lady Yao, then you've won." Everyone in the surroundings was speechless. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin, let me ask you a question. If the only sword ends, then will all of you read other books every morning? Chapter 2293. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The people in the hall weren't ordinary people. Who in the hall didn't understand Yan Bianyue's earlier actions? Obviously, he wanted to trample on young Master Yi so that he could show off in front of the immortal ancient heaven and win the hearts of beautiful women. Everyone saw through it, but didn't say it out loud. However, they hadn't expected Yi Xian to say it out loud. Awkward. Who was awkward? It was naturally Yan Bianyue. Everyone looked at Yan Bianyue like he was a clown. Many people looked at Yi Xian with admiration in their eyes. Regardless of strength or wealth, just his bearing, confidence, and wisdom weren't something ordinary people could possess. Behind the round platform, a woman wearing a veil was staring at Yi Xian. She was the leader of the dance earlier. The reason she'd paid special attention to Yi Xian was because she'd heard the conversation between Yi Xian and Xian Gudian. She'd heard respect and praise from Yi Xian. At this moment, a strange light flashed in her eyes when she heard Yi Xian's words. In a corner, a woman in black robes was looking at Yi Xian as well. She wore a black robe and a silver mask. Even though only her eyes and half of her face could be seen, just that half of her face was enough to make countless women pale in comparison. She was one of the two beauties of the universe of gods that were equally famous as the immortal ancient heaven, Realm Lord Yunjie, Shenlan. She was also one of the top experts in the universe of gods. Shenlan suddenly said, "I want all the information on young Master Yi." A peerless expert behind her silently retreated. Yan Bianyue's expression was extremely unsightly. He froze on the spot and didn't know how to respond. That was too awkward. Meanwhile, Xian Gudian, who stood by Yi Xian's side, suddenly stood up and looked at Yan Bianyue. "Young Master Yi is my friend. If you're unhappy with him, then you're unhappy with me." Friend. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall instantly became strange. Hearing Xian Gudian's words, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Clearly, because of Xian Gudian's words, he would have many more enemies. But what did that matter? After hearing Xian Gudian's words, Yan Bianyue's expression became even more unsightly. He knew that immortal ancient heaven loathed him. Thinking of this, Yan Bianyue coldly looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, the Qing kingdom hurriedly came out to be the peacemaker. He smiled and said, "Everyone, is there anyone willing to pay a higher price? 30 million. Suddenly, a voice came from the corner. Hearing this, Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. The one who made the bid was a woman in a black dress. It was Shenlan. However, there were very few people who had actually seen her. Hence, no one recognized her. Yan Bianyu glanced coldly at Shenlan, and then he said, 35 million. Shenlan was expressionless. 50 million. 50 million. These words caused an uproar in the hall. 50 million. 50 million wasn't a small number. No, it should be said that it was a huge sum. Even some extraordinary powers might not be able to produce such a sum. Even the rich and imposing Celestial Treasure Pavilion, besides the Pavilion Master, no other branch would be able to produce such a sum. Yan Bianyu was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected that someone would directly bid 50 million. 50 million. Even the Yan family couldn't gather so many in a short period of time. Even if they did, it would be a huge blow to their foundation. Yan Bianyu's expression was incomparably unsightly. He knew that the Yan family was about to lose the divine path code. On the round platform, the Qing kingdom glanced around and said excitedly, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" The surroundings were silent. 50 million. Who else could bid? Yixian couldn't help but glance at Shenlan. 50 million. She's also a rich woman. At this moment, the Qing kingdom suddenly said, "Deal. Deal." As the Qing kingdom's voice fell, he immediately carried a box and walked toward Shenlan. Everyone's gazes were on the box. Some were greedy, some were envious, and even some were cold. However, no one dared to make a move. This was the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Who dared to steal something from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? They probably didn't want to live long. Nanqing carried the box and walked in front of Shenlan. He handed the box to Shenlan. "Miss, please accept it." Shenlan took out a storage ring and placed it in the Qing kingdom's hand. Then she opened the box and picked up the divine path code. She flipped through it and was silent for a moment. Then she suddenly closed it and said, "It's worth 100 million. After speaking, she turned and left. "It's worth 100 million. Everyone in the hall was in an uproar. It was clear that the value of the divine path code was much higher than they had imagined. Yan Bianyu's expression was still unsightly. At this moment, he was a bit regretful. If he could really obtain this item, it could be a qualitative improvement for the Yan family. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. The Yan family could take out 50 million, but it would hurt them to the core, and might even shake their foundation. In the end, Yan Bianyu sighed softly and turned to leave. However, before he left, he glanced coldly at Yixian, who was sitting with Xian Gu Tian in the distance. In the distance, Xian Gu Tian suddenly said, "My brother is getting married the day after tomorrow. Are you interested in coming?" Yixian was stunned. Getting married? Yan Bianyu nodded. With the Xian world's third miss. Yixian thought for a while. Then he said with a smile, "Okay." Yan Bianyu nodded slightly. "See you the day after tomorrow." After speaking, she stood up and left. Within the hall, Yixian was silent for a moment before he stood up and walked into the distance. He had originally wanted to find Nanqing, but he discovered that Nanqing had left at some point. Helpless, he could only find a manager of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. It was the pretty woman who had received him earlier. Yixian looked at the pretty woman in front of him and smiled slightly. "Please inform Nanqing's chairman that I'm looking for him." The pretty woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." After speaking, she turned around and left. In a certain room, Nanqing was talking with Yan Bianyu. When he saw the pretty woman enter, Nanqing immediately asked, "Is something the matter?" The pretty woman nodded slightly. "Young Master Yi requests an audience." "Young Master Yi." Nanqing was slightly stunned. "What young Master Yi?" The pretty woman hurriedly said, "The young Master Yi who is with Xian Gu Tian." Yan Bianyu's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard this. Nanqing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is Miss Xian Gu Tian here as well?" The pretty woman shook her head. Nanqing immediately shook his head. "No." The pretty woman bowed slightly and left. Within the room, Yan Bianyu smiled lightly. "Chairman Nanqing, this isn't very good, right?" Nanqing smiled. "Young Master Yan, I'm more willing to be friends with you. It was obvious that he had chosen Yan Bianyu. However, this was normal. The Yan family was a large family, and many of their businesses had dealings with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. It would be of great help to him. Yan Bianyu smiled. Chairman Nanqing, we're very good friends. As he said this, he stood up. I still have matters to attend to. Let's talk another day. Nanqing nodded slightly. Young Master Yan, let's meet another day. Yan Bianyu cupped his fists and turned to leave. Outside, Yi Xian looked at the pretty woman in front of him. He's not going. The pretty woman nodded. She hesitated for a moment and said, the chairman is with young Master Yan. Yan Bianyu. Yi Xian smiled. I understand. The pretty woman hesitated for a moment and said, how about I notify you after young Master Yan leaves? Yi Xian blinked. What's your name? The pretty woman was slightly stunned and then said softly, you? Yi Xian asked again. How long have you been working here? You raised 3 fingers. 30 years. Yi Xian blinked. You're still a small attendant? You nodded. I think it's pretty good. I can learn a lot. Yi Xian smiled. For example? You hesitated for a moment and then said, for example, you can't judge a book by its cover. As she said this, she glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, young Master Yan is not an ordinary person. Yi Xian opened his palm. Hand. Yu was stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian grabbed Yu's hand. He looked at it for a moment, and then smiled. Your palm is not bad. You should be promoted today. As he said this, he suddenly took out a token and placed it in Yu's hand. Do you recognize this? Yu glanced at the token in his hand and shook his head. No. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Show it to your chairman. Yu was a little hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. You've already gone in once. You're afraid that your chairman will be unhappy this time, right? Yu nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine because he might not be the chairman anymore. Yu was stunned. A moment later, Yu nervously came to Nanqing's room. When he saw Yu, Nanqing frowned. That young man hasn't left yet? Yu nodded. Yes, Nanqing shook his head. This young man must be extraordinary to be able to be with Lady Immortal Ancient Heaven. However, I don't want to have anything to do with him. Do you know why? Yu shook her head. Nanqing smiled. Because he has already offended Yan Bianyu. Offending Yan Bianyu is offending the Yan family. Although he's fine for now, it won't be long before he dies. As he said this, he paused and then said, in our line of work, ability is not that important. What is important is judgment. You have to learn to choose sides. Many times, if you choose the wrong side, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. As he said this, he waved his hand. Let him go. If he is a smart person, he should know what my attitude is. Yu hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and walked in front of Nanqing. She placed the token on Nanqing's table. Yes, Chairman, this. When Nanqing saw the token, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, this? Where did you come from? Yu said, Yi. The young Master Yi who asked me to come. Before Yu could finish, Nanqing suddenly disappeared like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, Nanqing appeared in front of Yi Xian. Without any nonsense, his legs gave way and he knelt in front of Yi Xian. In a trembling voice he said, Yi, young Master Yi. As he said this, he kowtowed, not stopping even when his head was bleeding. Chapter 2294. Young Master Yi. At this moment, the entire Qing kingdom was shocked to the extreme. Who was Yi Xian? He was a very important guest of the Celestial Treasures Pavilion, and a friend of Qing Guan. A friend. How many people in the universe of gods wanted to be friends with Qing Guan? However, no one in the universe of gods could be friends with Qing Guan. Most importantly, the person before him was young Master Yi, the young master of the #1 clan in the universe, the Yang clan. Outsiders might not know of the Yang clan, but he did. Why? This was because Qing Guan had said during the meeting that in terms of power, only the Yang clan could pose a threat to the Celestial Treasures Pavilion. This was under the premise that the Swordmaster was Yi Xian's father. If Yi Xian's father was included, then the Yang clan was invincible. The green-robed Swordmaster. Who was this green-robed Swordmaster? The person Qin Guan called uncle. Thinking of this, Nanqing was extremely shocked. He had never been so afraid. At this moment he wanted to die. He wanted to die easily. When Ayu came out and saw Nanqing kowtowing, she was stunned. What was going on? It should be known that Nanqing's status in the universe of gods was very high. Even the leaders of the major powers had to be polite when they saw him because he represented the Celestial Treasures Pavilion. However, at this moment, Nanqing was kowtowing in front of Yi Xian like a dog. Ayu's mind was blank. Yi Xian was expressionless. Let's talk somewhere else. With that, he walked into the distance. Behind him, Nanqing did not get up. Instead, he knelt and followed Yi Xian. The people of the Celestial Treasures Pavilion were all dumbfounded. In the room, Ayu lowered her head slightly. Her body trembled nervously. Yi Xian sat. In front of him was Nanqing. Nanqing was still kneeling in front of Yi Xian. His forehead was deformed from kowtowing. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Get up. Nanqing hesitated for a moment, and then slowly rose, but his body was still bent. Yi Xian said directly, I want to see Miss Qin Guan. Nanqing immediately took out a token and crushed it. Soon the space in front of Yi Xian trembled slightly. Before long, Qin Guan appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Qin Guan stood in a sea of clouds. Behind her was an extremely huge golden hall. Qin Guan blinked when he saw Yi Xian, and then he smiled and said, Young Master Yi, long time no see. Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, It has indeed been a long time. Qin Guan suddenly looked at the pen on Yi Xian's waist. When she saw the pen, she was slightly stunned. Then she gave it a thumbs up and said, Awesome. Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan smiled and said, Is there something you need from me? Yi Xian nodded and said, Can you give me 2 copies of your Divine Path Codex? I'm very interested, but I can't afford it. Qin Guan smiled and said, All right. After saying that, she opened her palm. Suddenly, the space-time in front of Yi Xian split open. Then, 5 copies of the Divine Path Codex appeared in front of him. 5 copies. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, That's too much. Qin Guan smiled and said, If it's too much, then you can keep it. There's no use for me to keep it anyway. As for selling it for money, I'll just sell it casually. In any case, I have no interest in money. Yi Xian's expression froze and then he smiled bitterly. Apart from his big brother and father, the only one who could act tough in front of Yi Xian was this Qin Guan. The first 2 used their strength to act tough, but this one in front of him used money to act tough. In any case, he couldn't win against her. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said, I established an academy. Qin Guan was curious and said, An academy? Yi Xian nodded and said, It's called Guanxian Academy. It's named after us. You don't mind, right? Qin Guan smiled and said, I don't mind. Young Master Yi, when I met you today, I noticed that you've changed a little. Yi Xian smiled and said, I want to expand the academy. When the time comes, I might need your help. Qin Guan nodded and said, All right. Yi Xian smiled and said, As far as I know, you also opened an academy. Aren't you afraid that I'll compete with you? Qin Guan shook her head and said, I didn't open an academy for profit. Yi Xian nodded and said, I understand. Qin Guan blinked and said, Is there anything else? If not, then I'm going to steal. No, I'm going to go archaeology. Yi Xian frowned and said, Archaeology? Qin Guan nodded and said, Yes. I'm especially interested in some historical sites. Young Master Yi, let's talk another day. I'm busy now. Bye-bye. With that, she waved her hand, and then she disappeared. Yi Xian was speechless and speechless. At the side, Nanqing was trembling. The relationship between young Master Yi and Pavilion Master Qin was really not ordinary. He was such an idiot. Nanqing wished he could slap himself to death. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, President Nanqing, I want to remove you from your position as president. Do you have any objections? Nanqing quickly knelt and said, "No, no." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Forget it. I was just joking." Nanqing was stunned. Yi Xian glanced at Yu and said with a smile, "This young lady is not bad." Nanqing quickly said, "From now on, Yu is the vice president." Vice president. Yi Xian smiled and got up to pat Nanqing lightly. "President Nanqing, don't bully her." He still did not make Yu the president. He could see that this girl's foundation was too shallow. It would not be a good thing for her to become the president immediately. Nanqing was sweating profusely. "No, I wouldn't dare." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. I'm different from my father. My father likes to kill people. I'm different. I like to win people over with virtue." After saying that, he turned and left. Nanqing immediately bowed and said, "Farewell, young Master Yi." "Farewell, young Master Yi." After Yi Xian left for a long time, Nanqing stood up. After standing up, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. It was as if his entire body had been sucked out. Beside him, Yu hesitated and said, "President, young Master Yi." Nanqing said softly, "It's young Master Yi." Yu was puzzled. "Young Master Yi? What power?" Nanqing said with a trembling voice, "The Yang clan." Yu frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. "I've never heard of it." Nanqing looked at Yu. "All the powers in the universe of gods added together are dog sh*t in front of the Yang clan." Yu was shocked. That strong?" Nanqing said again. "No, it's worse than dog sh*t. Yu was speechless. After leaving Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yi Xian sat in his small carriage and returned to Guanxian Academy. However, Yi Xian did not notice that when he left, a woman from Celestial Treasure Pavilion was staring at him. It was the veiled woman who had led the dance earlier. At this moment, a young girl walked in front of the woman. "Miss," the veiled woman's expression was calm. "Got it." After saying that, she turned and left. In the carriage, Yi Xian was half lying down. In his hand, he held an ancient book. It was the Divine Tao Code. It had to be said that Yi Xian was somewhat shocked. What was the Divine Tao Code? It was divine arts, Tao techniques, and Dharma spells. It was equivalent to divine arts. However, this Divine Tao Code recorded everything in detail. Moreover, it was classified. All the divine arts in the world were in this Divine Tao Code. The most terrifying thing was that there were some divine arts, Tao techniques, and Dharma spells created by Qin Guan. As the mysterious woman had said, this Divine Tao Code was worth over 100 million universe meridians. Yi Xian suddenly sighed softly. What a rich woman. She made me, this second generation rich, want to live off a woman. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked up into the distance. Not far in front of him stood a woman wearing a silver mask in a black dress. This woman was the mysterious woman who had won the Divine Tao Code. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he said, "Miss, what's the matter?" Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. "Can we talk?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat up and patted the spot beside him. In the next moment, Yi Xian sensed a wave of fragrance assault him. Then Shenlong was sitting by his side. Shenlong looked at the ancient book in Yi Xian's hand. Her pupils constricted when she saw its contents, and then she turned to look at Yi Xian. Undisguised disbelief could be seen in the depths of her peerlessly beautiful eyes. Yi Xian noticed that Shenlong was acting strangely, so he immediately put the Divine Tao Code away and smiled. "Miss, is something the matter?" Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. "Why do you have this book?" Yi Xian smiled. "I want it." Shenlong asked. "Pavilion Master Qin?" Yi Xian nodded. Shenlong asked again. "She gave it to you?" Yi Xian nodded. Shenlong continued to ask, "What's your relationship with her?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Friend." "Friend." Shenlong was silent for a long time. "Why do you answer when I ask?" Yi Xian smiled. "My heart is open. There's nothing that I can't say." Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. "Who are you?" Yi Xian said, "Yi Xian." Shenlong narrowed her eyes. "Where are you from?" Yi Xian smiled. Qingcheng. Shenlong asked again. Why did you come to the universe of gods? Yi Xian said. I originally came to inherit my family's assets. Now I'm here to establish an academy. Shenlong was silent for a moment. Guanxian Academy? Yi Xian nodded. Shenlong asked again. Your identity? Yi Xian smiled. You want to ask about the person behind me, right? Shenlong nodded. Yi Xian smiled. My father is the green shirt Swordmaster, the founder of the Yang clan. My sister is Tianming. I usually call her Qing. She doesn't even know how strong she is. I also have an elder brother who seeks defeat everywhere. I don't know where he is now, but if someone shouts I'm invincible to the endless universe, he might come out. Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. Is what you said true? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Shenlong was silent. Yi Xian smiled. What else do you want to ask? Shenlong was silent for a moment. What realm are you in? Yi Xian thought for a moment. As long as I want to, I can reach any realm. Shenlong narrowed her eyes. Yi Xian turned to look at Shenlong. You don't believe me? Shenlong was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Then he said, Is there anything else you want to ask? After a moment of silence, Shenlong asked the same question she had asked before. Why do you answer whenever I ask? Yi Xian thought for a long time. I want to establish an academy, Shenlong asked. And then? Yi Xian smiled. Only the sincerity of the world can be the great scripture of the world, the foundation of the world, and the cultivation of heaven and earth. Sincerity starts from me, the dean. Shenlong was silent for a long time. From the beginning to the end, there is not a word of truth. It's all flowery. After saying that, she stood up and left. Yi Xian's expression froze. Work hard to save manuscripts. I don't write very fast. Please forgive me. Try to save as many manuscripts as possible, and then explode. I will do my best to write more and better. Chapter 2295. In the carriage, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He patted his face lightly. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, you're not suited to be an honest person. He had to admit that he was speechless. It wasn't hard to tell the truth. What was rare was that he kept telling the truth, but the other person didn't believe him. What kind of world was this? A moment later, Yi Xian left with the carriage. On a certain mountain peak, Shenlong watched as Yi Xian's carriage slowly left. Next to Shenlong stood an old man. The old man bowed slightly, a respectful expression on his face. The old man suddenly said softly, Realm Lord? After a moment of silence, Shenlong said, Anyone from my Yunjia must be treated with respect if they are students of Guanxian Academy. Violators will be beheaded. With that, she turned and left. The old man remained silent for a long time before turning and leaving. In the carriage, Yi Xian was still studying the Divine Tao Code. The carriage moved slowly, but he liked the feeling of slowness. Previously, the pace of his life had been too fast, constantly killing enemies and constantly changing to a new world. He was sick of it. But now he liked this kind of slow pace of life. Because it was slow, he could truly calm down. After calming down, he could think, and thinking would allow him to find his own shortcomings. At this moment, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian's carriage. Yi Xian put down the ancient book in his hand and looked up at the black-robed man. If I'm not wrong, you're sent by young Master Yan of the Yan family. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes. Without any nonsense, he suddenly disappeared. An afterimage charged directly at Yi Xian. Reincarnation Walker Realm. Yi Xian's expression was calm. At this moment, the black-robed man was suddenly thrown tens of thousands of feet away by a terrifying force. At the same time, a white-robed old man appeared not far from Yi Xian. Knowing profound realm, the black-robed man's expression instantly changed violently when he saw the white-robed old man, and he didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish into the horizon. Yi Xian turned to look at the white-robed elder and smiled. The white-robed old man's expression was calm. Young master should know who sent me here. Yi Xian nodded. Miss Tian. The white-robed elder nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Thank her for me." The white-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. "Madam wishes to meet young Master Yi. She's not far away. May young Master Yi please come with me?" Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Under the white-robed elder's lead, Yi Xian arrived at a mountain peak. A beautiful woman stood on the mountain peak, looking a bit similar to immortal ancient heaven. It was clear that this was immortal ancient heaven's mother. At this moment, the beautiful woman turned to look at Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian for a while and said, "You can be considered to be a talented man." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Auntie, is there something you need from me?" The beautiful woman looked at Yi Xian and said, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but I don't want you to call me that. You can call me senior or something else." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If we don't get along, then half a sentence is too much. Farewell." With that he turned around and left. The beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and looked at Yi Xian with an icy cold expression. "Your strength isn't much, but you're quite arrogant." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, you want me to stay away from immortal ancient heaven, right?" A wisp of surprise flashed through the beautiful woman's eyes. "You're smarter than I thought. I have to admit that you're a really good person. Not to mention anything else, just your bearing is rare. At the very least, there aren't many people in the younger generation who can compare to you. However, I'm sorry, but I still don't like you. What I don't like is not you, but the people behind you." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The people behind me?" The beautiful woman nodded. "My immortal ancient clan is a great clan in the universe of gods. It has been passed down for millions of years, and our foundation is not something you can imagine. Yao is the next successor of my immortal ancient clan. The man she chooses not only has to be sufficiently outstanding, but his background also has to be comparable to my immortal ancient clan. To put it more bluntly, they have to be well matched. Do you understand?" Yi Xian thought for a bit and said, "Let me declare that Miss Yao and I are only friends, very pure friends. Secondly, even though I don't like my father, I have to say that he is actually quite amazing." The beautiful woman looked straight at Yi Xian. "What is your father's name?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Everyone calls him the green-clothed Swordmaster." The beautiful woman shook her head. "Unfortunately, I have never heard of him. It is clear that he is just a nameless person." "Yi Xian," the beautiful woman suddenly said, "according to what I know, Yao invited you to attend Yuan Er's wedding tomorrow. I feel that you should be quite busy when you go back now. You shouldn't have time tomorrow, right?" Yi Xian was silent. The beautiful woman smiled slightly. "You are a smart person. You should know what to choose." With that, she opened her palm and a spatial ring flew to Yi Xian. Then she turned and left. There were 300,000 universe veins in the spatial ring. For ordinary people, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Yi Xian looked at the spatial ring in front of him. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and smiled. "Other than Qingguan, no one can use money to insult me." With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian sat in a carriage and slowly returned to Guanxian Academy. As soon as he arrived, Xu Xian and Qing Qiu came to greet him. Xu Xian smiled enthusiastically. "Young master, this," Yi Xian smiled. "Let's talk inside." Xu Xian hurriedly said, Okay. With that, he hurriedly made a gesture to invite him in. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Xu Xian was good at everything, but he was too polite. He always bowed. He had told him many times, but it was useless. After entering the hall, Yi Xian opened his palm, and a divine Tao code slowly floated in front of Xu Xian. Seeing the divine Tao code, Xu Xian was instantly excited. He hurriedly caught it and carefully opened it. After a moment, he became even more excited and his body couldn't stop trembling. Amazing book. Really amazing book. This Pavilion Master Qin is really an extraordinary person. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Xian, you don't cultivate either. This book doesn't seem to be of much use to you. Xu Xian hurriedly shook his head. Although I don't cultivate, I like to study and research. The knowledge contained in this book is too terrifying. Young master, this is really terrifying. If you can study it thoroughly, Your strength will be greatly improved for a cultivator. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then take it to study and annotate it. Remember, it must be detailed. After you're done, show it to me first. Also, don't spread this book for the time being. If it is spread now, it will cause us a lot of trouble. So, only the three of us know about it. Xu Xian hurriedly nodded. Understood, I understand. With that, he turned and ran away. Obviously, he couldn't wait to study it. Qing Qiu suddenly whispered. If Master cultivates, he must be very powerful. Yi Xian nodded. This Xu Xian was too proficient in the path of cultivation. If he cultivated, his achievements would be terrifying. Unfortunately, he found that this Xu Xian had no interest in cultivation at all. Not at all. Yi Xian was also helpless. Qing Qiu suddenly said. Young master brother, can I also study that divine way code? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. With that, he looked at Qing Qiu. How's your cultivation? Qing Qiu blinked. Very good. Yi Xian laughed. Very good. With that, he turned and left. Behind him, Qing Qiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. She curled her lips and stamped her feet. Can't you see that he is already a time immortal? It's really. In the room, Yi Xian sat quietly. Cultivation. He had now reached the profound understanding realm. He didn't need to rely on Daebi. Yi Xian was now more and more familiar with this realm. In addition, he was also studying one sword cutting nothingness. This sword skill could be said to be his strongest sword skill so far. These days, when he calmed down and slowly cultivated, he found that he had gained a lot. As the saying goes, more haste, less speed. This saying was very true. Many times, when people were anxious, their state of mind would be unstable. During this period, he didn't have enemies, didn't fight every day, didn't burn his blood and soul, but his cultivation and strength were getting stronger and stronger. In addition, he was also studying the other sword skills, including cutting the past, cutting the future, and cutting the present. Of course, the future of these three swords was not enough. After all, the current enemy was very different from before. Therefore, he began to try to integrate one sword cutting nothingness into these three swords. He found that it was possible, but the consumption was a bit too much. But after the integration, the power of his one sword cutting nothingness became stronger and more strange. When he was studying these sword skills, he only had one goal, and that was to kill with one sword. Fancy things? No way. If he could solve it with one sword, why should he be fancy? In the following time, Yi Xian slowly cultivated. He was not in a hurry. If he couldn't succeed the first time, he would try the second time. In any case, he would take it slow. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, it was the day of Xian Gudian's little brother's wedding. Yi Xian naturally remembered this matter. He had promised Xian Gudian. As a person, he had to keep his word. As for Xian Gudian's mother, what a joke. If you don't respect me, will I respect you? After tidying up, Yi Xian went out. Xu Xian was busy and Qing Qiu was cultivating. Therefore this time he went alone. When Yi Xian walked outside, he saw some students of the academy along the way. When they saw Yi Xian, they quickly stopped and bowed to Yi Xian. Yi Xian also bowed. This was the rule of Guanxian Academy, a rule he set. Everyone was here to study, so everyone was equal. Of course, there must be a hierarchy. After all, an academy needed a system, or else it would be a mess. After leaving the academy, Yi Xian sat back in his carriage and crossed his legs. Just like that, the carriage slowly moved toward Immortal City. On Yi Xian's right-hand side was a small cloth bag. Inside was a book, the Divine Path Code. This Divine Tao Code was the congratulatory gift he wanted to give this time. Chapter 2296. Ancient Immortal City. Today was the wedding of Xian Guyuan and the mysterious world's third Mississippi. Thus, the entire city was in a festive mood. Red lanterns were hung all over the city walls, and the sound of firecrackers rang out incessantly. Although they had transcended the secular world, this ceremony were still very necessary. Their marriage meant that the mysterious world and ancient immortal city had joined hands. However, this was normal. It was very normal for a few great powers to have this kind of political marriage. Immortal Ancient Mansion. At this moment, the immortal ancient mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. At the entrance of the immortal ancient mansion, a man and a woman were welcoming guests. This man was the young master of the immortal ancient mansion, Xian Guyuan. The woman beside him was the mysterious world's third miss, Li Shui. The two of them standing there could be said to be a perfect match. In front of the immortal ancient mansion, there were two paths leading inside. These two paths were very particular. The first path was for ordinary people, ordinary guests, while the second path was for the guests of the top powers. These guests who came to attend the wedding would usually bring great gifts. In order to give face to these powers, the gifts would be read out loud. Again, although they had transcended the secular world, some secular etiquettes were still unavoidable. Moreover, the more powerful a power was, the more they cared about this so-called face, even more than ordinary people in the secular world. The great elder of Hill Realm has arrived. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an old man in a luxurious robe walked over. The great elder of Hill Realm. He was equivalent to the second in command of Hill Realm. The reason why the first in command didn't come was because the next master of the immortal ancient world was Xian Gudian. The second in command coming was already giving him a lot of face. Seeing the great elder of Hill Realm, Xian Guyuan immediately bowed slightly. Uncle Ming. The great elder of Hill Realm smiled. Little fellow, congratulations. With that, he opened his palm, and a small box floated over to an old man standing at the side. The old man opened it and immediately said excitedly, "Gift from Hill Realm. One Saint-grade immortal artifact, worth 3 million universe veins. Saint-grade immortal artifact, worth 3 million universe veins." The moment these words came out, the entire place erupted. 3 million universe veins. Was it little? Naturally, there were quite a few of them. Even for a large clan like the ancient immortal clan, 3 million Ian veins was not a small amount. For ordinary cultivators, 3 million Ian veins was something they couldn't earn in a lifetime. Xian Guyuan beamed with joy when he heard the old man's words, and he immediately bowed deeply to Elder Qiu. "Thank you, Uncle Ming." The great elder of Qiu Realm smiled and walked toward the inner hall. 3 million. Xian Guyuan was grinning from ear to ear, because his father had told him that all of the gifts he received this time would be his. In other words, this marriage would bring him a great deal of wealth. At this moment, the welcoming elder's voice rang out again. "The grand elder of the mountain realm has arrived. He has gifted a saint-grade immortal artifact worth 3 million universe meridians. Another 3 million universe veins." The spectators instantly revealed envious expressions. Reincarnation was a skill. He could even receive money as a gift. "The Grand Elder Yin Jie has arrived. He has gifted a saint-grade immortal artifact worth 3 million universe meridians. The young master of Eternal City, Lin Xiao, has arrived. He has gifted a saint-grade immortal artifact worth 3 million universe meridians. Realm Lord Yin Jie, Li Lan. Li Lan." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Isn't he Li Shui's father? Everyone watched as a middle-aged man walked slowly towards Xian Guyuan and Li Shui. Xian Guyuan hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Father-in-law." Li Lan nodded slightly. "Treat my daughter well. Don't let her down." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a spatial ring floated over to the welcoming elder. The welcoming elder was extremely excited when he saw it, and he spoke loudly. "Yin Jie has gifted a gift of 5 saint-grade immortal artifacts worth 15 million universe meridians and 10 million universe meridians. 25 million universe meridians." The surroundings suddenly seethed with excitement. Obviously, this was the dowry. When Xian Guyuan heard about this dowry, he immediately bowed deeply and said excitedly, "Thank you, father-in-law." Li Lan nodded slightly, then looked at Li Shui and smiled. "Do you like it?" Li Shui nodded slightly with a calm expression. Li Lan sighed inwardly. He naturally knew that his daughter didn't like this immortal ancient Yuan, but there was no other way. Yin Jie needed a marriage alliance with Immortal City. Marriage was a very common thing between large clans. Thus, even though he knew that his daughter didn't like Xian Guyuan, he still chose to marry his daughter to Xian Guyuan. The family's interests were paramount. Li Long glancing at Li Shui. Zhang Xian sighed inwardly before heading into the inner hall. On the spot, Li Shui's body trembled slightly. Her expression dimmed. She lowered her head slightly and remained silent. It was obvious that she had accepted her fate. There were more and more people in front of the immortal ancient manor, and it was becoming more and more lively. Xian Guyuan suddenly glanced at the surroundings and said softly, "Why hasn't the Yan clan arrived yet?" The reason why he was looking forward to this Yan clan was because this Yan clan was a great clan that did business. They were extremely wealthy, and who didn't know that Yan Bianyue was pursuing immortal ancient heaven? Since he was getting married today, Yan Bianyue would definitely pay a huge price. As soon as Xian Guyuan finished speaking, a carriage slowly approached from afar. It wasn't from the Yan clan. It was Yi Xian's carriage. In order to show his respect, Yi Xian got off the carriage when it was over 30 meters away. However, everyone still noticed him at this moment. Yi Xian's clothes were still very simple today. He wore a white robe inside and a green robe outside. There was a brush without a case hanging from his waist. As he walked slowly, he was calm and had a somewhat scholarly temperament. Of course, in the eyes of most people, this was truly a bit shabby, especially that carriage. What was that? Yi Xian ignored the gazes of the people around him. He slowly walked in front of Xian Guyuan and Li Shui and smiled faintly. "Congratulations to the two of you." After he finished speaking, he handed the cloth bag in his hand to Xian Guyuan. "This is a small token of my appreciation." Xian Guyuan looked at Yi Xian and did not take the cloth bag. His expression was quite strange. He naturally knew about Yi Xian. This was naturally because of his sister. It had to be known that his sister never had a good expression towards men. However, she was very different towards this man in front of him. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xian, he had to say that he was disappointed. Incomparably disappointed. The man in front of him was simply too shabby. Whether it was the carriage or the brush at his waist. What kind of lousy brush was that? Couldn't he buy a brush case? And this gift, he had taken a look at the cloth bag just now. It was really a very ordinary cloth bag. What good things could there be in this kind of cloth bag? Xian Guyuan sighed inwardly. Even his sister had times when she was blind. At this moment, the welcoming elder suddenly said, "Heavenly Word City's young master, Yan Bianyue, has arrived." Yan Bianyue. From the side, a man slowly walked over. It was Yan Bianyue. Yi Xian glanced at Yan Bianyue and smiled faintly. He knew that this was definitely not a coincidence. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Obviously, this bastard wanted to put on a show in front of him. Yan Bianyue glanced at the cloth bag in Yi Xian's hand, and then he smiled. "Young Master Yi, your gift wouldn't be a book, right? Don't mind me, I have no intention of stepping on you. I'm just purely curious, that's all." Yi Xian nodded and grinned. "Indeed." Haha. Yan Bianyue suddenly roared with laughter, and his laughter was extremely unrestrained. The expressions of the others in the surroundings had become strange as well. A book. He can even give something like that away? Xian Guyuan's expression gradually turned cold. This was an insult to him. Meanwhile, Yan Bianyue suddenly opened his palm, and a spatial ring slowly floated over to the welcoming elder. The elder was first stunned when he saw it, and then he spoke excitedly. "Gift from the Yan clan of Yan City. 10 million universe meridians." It was 10 million universe meridians. Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. This gift was only inferior to the Li clan's betrothal gift. As expected of the Yan clan. They really are rich. Countless people here were both envious and jealous. Xian Guyuan immediately bowed slightly to Yi Xian, and he said excitedly, "Brother Yan, thank you." Yan Bianyue smiled. "We're good brothers, so why are you thanking me? I'll be going in first. Let's talk another day." As soon as he finished speaking, he intentionally glanced at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left. The reason he hadn't made an appearance earlier was because he was waiting for Yi Xian to make an appearance. How could he miss such an opportunity to act cool? He'd succeeded. Haha. Yan Bianyue couldn't help but laugh. How satisfying. After Yan Bianyue left, the smile on Xian Guyuan's face gradually vanished. Yi Xian blinked and said, Brother Yuan, do you think my gift is too shabby? Xian Guyuan's expression was calm. Of course not. Yi Xian smiled and was about to take it back. Meanwhile, Li Shui suddenly took Yi Xian's cloth bag. Young Master Yi, thank you. Yi Xian gazed at Li Shui, and she bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, everyone is a guest, and there's no difference in status. Please enter. Yi Xian was slightly surprised, but he didn't think too much about it and immediately smiled. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the inner hall. Xian Guyuan hesitated for a moment and said, Shuai, mystic. Forget it. I don't want to spoil the mood on such a joyous occasion. Li Shui's expression dimmed down. He wasn't her ideal husband, but it couldn't be helped. She was born in a large clan, so how could she decide on her own marriage? Not to mention her, even Xian Guyuan couldn't. After Yi Xian entered the hall, there were already a few dozen people gathered there, and they were all reputable figures in the universe of gods. There was a table at the center, and Yi Xian saw a familiar person. It wasn't Xian Guyuan but Xian Guyuan's mother. At this moment, the beautiful woman was also looking at Yi Xian with an icy gaze. Clearly, she was very angry at Yi Xian for not being tactful. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside the beautiful woman suddenly said, He is Yi Xian? This middle-aged man was the patriarch of the ancient immortal clan Xian Gutong. The beautiful woman nodded. Xian Gutong sized up Yi Xian and frowned slightly. Is he concealing his aura? The beautiful woman's expression was calm. He's just an ordinary person who has read some books. Xian Gutong smiled and said, Don't worry, he and Yao aren't from the same world. The beautiful woman shook her head. I'm still a bit worried. As she spoke, a cold glow flashed through her eyes. I hope he knows what's good for him. Otherwise, I can only make him vanish from this world forever. Xian Gutong glanced at Yi Xian. He seems to have an extraordinary bearing, but it's a pity that he's weak and has no background. He's from a different world than my Yao. As he spoke, he shook his head. Forget about him. Don't neglect these esteemed guests. The beautiful woman fell silent for a moment before she said, Let him leave while Yao hasn't come out. Xian Gutong thought for a moment and said, All right. The beautiful woman turned around and shot a glance at a white-robed old man in the distance. The white-robed old man understood and nodded slightly before walking towards Yi Xian, who was looking for a seat in a corner. When he saw the white-robed old man, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Senior. The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, you're not welcome here. Yi Xian was stunned. You're driving me away? The white-robed old man nodded. Young Master Yi, please leave. Yi Xian blinked. He glanced at the surroundings but didn't see Xian Gutong. Meanwhile, the white-robed old man said, Young Master Yi, please. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he nodded slightly. I won't return to the ancient city of immortals. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian didn't conceal his voice. Even though it wasn't loud, everyone here was able to hear him clearly. Therefore, they could hear it clearly. At the beautiful woman's table, Yan Bianyue suddenly smiled and said, This young Master Yi has quite a temper. Right at this moment, Xian Gutong walked over. She frowned slightly when she heard Yan Bianyue, and then she glanced at the surroundings. When she didn't see Yi Xian, her expression instantly turned cold, and she gazed at the white-robed old man. What's wrong? The white-robed old man wanted to say something but hesitated. Meanwhile, Yan Bianyue suddenly gazed at Xian Gutong. Brother Yuan, young Master Ye's gift just now was a book, right? Xian Gutong nodded. Yes. Yan Bianyue roared with laughter. How interesting. I'm quite curious about what book he gave me. I'm sure everyone is curious as well. Brother Yuan, you don't mind letting everyone take a look, right? Xian Gutong hesitated for a moment, and then he turned to look at Li Shui. Li Shui glanced at everyone, and then she hesitated for a moment before opening the sack. When she saw the words on the ancient book, her pupils constricted, and she spoke with a trembling voice. This Everyone frowned when they saw this. Meanwhile, Realm Lord Yunjia, Li Lan, suddenly walked over to Li Shui's side. When he saw those words, his expression instantly changed drastically. He took the ancient book and flipped it open. After a short moment, he said with a trembling voice, "Fuck, it's true. This really is the Divine Tao Code." Divine Tao Code. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone here was stunned. All of them stood up and gazed at the Divine Tao Code. However, their divine senses couldn't see through it at all. But based on Li Lan's expression, it was undoubtedly true. Xian Gudong and the beautiful woman walked over quickly to Li Lan as well, and they were stunned on the spot when they saw the contents of the book. It's true. It's definitely true. Yin Bianyue saw the Divine Tao Code as well, and he was petrified on the spot when he confirmed that it was the Divine Tao Code. Xian Gutong stared fixedly at the white-robed old man in the distance. Where is he? The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment before he said, He was driven away by the madam. All of their minds had gone blank. Xian Gutong's peerlessly beautiful face had suddenly turned ghastly pale. I'm begging for tickets. One ticket is love as well. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2297. Chased away? Chased away. The spectators were petrified. Xian Gudian was stunned. In the next moment, she charged out like a madwoman. Within the hall, Xian Gu suddenly glared angrily at the beautiful woman beside him. What a foolish woman. What a womanly view. Your hair is long, but your knowledge is short. This is infuriating. The beautiful woman. Meanwhile, Li Lan suddenly put the Divine Tao Codex away. Xian Gu's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Brother Li Lan, what's the meaning of this? Li Lan said solemnly. This is young Master Ye's congratulatory gift. Since it's a congratulatory gift, it's for my daughter. Since it's my daughter's, it's my Li family's. Is there a problem? Everyone. Xian Gu glared at Li Lan. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Brother Li, this is a congratulatory gift from young Master Yi to my son. Li Lan sneered. A congratulatory gift for your son? You and your wife have already driven people away. You said it was a congratulatory gift for your son. Tui, you're so shameless. Xian Gu's expression was incomparably gloomy. Li Lan, today is my son and your daughter's wedding day. Don't force me to turn hostile. Li Lan sneered. So what if you want to fall out with me? He had wanted this Divine Tao Code before this, but it was too expensive, and he couldn't afford it at all. Even if he did buy it, it would still hurt him greatly. But he never thought that he would actually obtain it here. And he got it so easily. Under such circumstances, how could he bear to hand it over? Even if they fell out with each other, they wouldn't. Seeing that Li Lan didn't hand it over, Xian Gudong's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He clenched his fists, showing signs of taking action. Li Lan did not show any signs of weakness and fought tit for tat. The festive atmosphere instantly disappeared. To the side, Li Shui's face was pale, and a wave of sorrow suddenly arose in her heart. She turned to look at Xian Guyuan. At this moment, Xian Guyuan was also staring at the Divine Tao Code in Li Lan's hands. Li Shui was slightly taken aback when she saw this. After a long time, she smiled miserably, turned around and left. However, at this moment, no one in the hall noticed her, including Immortal Ancient Yuan. Outside Immortal Ancient City, Yi Xian slowly drove the carriage into the distance. In his hands was an ancient book named Divine Yi. It was said that it was written by an ancient emperor. One had to admit that the writing was very interesting and he liked it very much. Right at this moment, the space behind him suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the carriage stopped, and then a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. The person who came was precisely Xian Gudian, who had chased after them from Immortal City. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian and softly said, Angry? Yi Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, Xian Gudian said, I'm sorry. I was busy, so I didn't come out immediately. Yi Xian chuckled and said, It's none of your business. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. I apologize to you on behalf of my people. Yi Xian shook his head. There's no need for that. The immortal ancient heaven was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Actually, I really understand them. Xian Gutian gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian spoke softly. This is an impetuous world, and it's very normal for people to pursue fame and fortune. They see that we're friends, so they're afraid that something beyond friendship will happen between us. That's very normal. After all, you're from a great clan, so if you want to get married, then you definitely have to find someone of equal status, right? Xian Gutian fell silent. Yi Xian said, Miss Yao, are we friends? Xian Gutian nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Don't let the world restrict you. Follow your heart and live freely. As soon as he finished speaking, he drove the carriage away. Xian Gutian remained silent for a long time. And then she sighed softly before turning around and leaving. When Xian Gutian returned to Immortal City, the wedding was over, and it was replaced by battle. Because Xian Gutian and Li Lan had started fighting. All the experts from the powers that came to visit were dumbstruck. They'd gone from in-laws to enemies. It was ridiculous. Of course, what was even more ridiculous was that Yi Xian from Guanxian Academy had actually used the Divine Tao Codex as a congratulatory gift. Was he a fool with too much money? Some powers had already left to ask about Yi Xian. This youth was actually able to use the Divine Tao Codex as a congratulatory gift. Could he be an ordinary person? It was obvious even if one used their toes to think. Some people were taking joy in Yi Xian's misfortune. Because Xian Gutian and his wife had actually driven Yi Xian out. What kind of godly operation was this? When Xian Gutian returned to Immortal City, she immediately stopped the battle between Xian Gutian and Li Lan. Xian Gutian was expressionless. Right now, both Immortal City and the Xian world have become laughingstocks. Are you sure you still want to continue? Xian Gutian's expression was gloomy. The Divine Tao Codex belongs to my immortal ancient clan. Xian Gutian glanced at Xian Gutian. Could it be that it doesn't belong to the Xian world? Xian Gutian was stunned. Xian Gutian suddenly turned to look at the distant Xian Gutian and angrily said, Idiot, can't you see that your wife isn't here? Hearing this, Xian Gutian quickly turned around. When he didn't see Li Shui, he was stunned. Xian Gutian coldly looked at Xian Gutian. Is the Divine Tao Codex more important than your wife? Xian Gutian slightly lowered his head, not daring to talk back. Xian Gutian suddenly angrily said, Why aren't you going to look for it? Xian Gutian quickly retreated. Xian Gutian turned to look at Li Lan. Uncle Li, we originally wanted to unite by marrying each other, but today, we became enemies because of this Divine Tao Codex. Do you think it's worth it? Li Lan remained silent. After a moment of silence, Xian Gutian said, Young Master Ye's congratulatory gift is for both my immortal ancient clan and the Li clan. Since that is the case, I suggest that we share it. What do you think? Li Lan was silent for a moment before saying, Sure. Xian Gutian pondered for a long time before saying, Sure. Xian Gutian nodded. She looked at the beautiful woman at the side, and the beautiful woman instantly felt a little guilty when she saw Xian Gutian look over. Xian Gutian walked over to the beautiful woman and spoke softly. Mother, I've grown up. I don't need you and father to interfere in my matters anymore. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. The beautiful woman and Xian Gutian's expressions were extremely unsightly. Xian Gutian arrived at the hall from before. At this moment, the guests within the hall had dispersed. Xian Gutian suddenly said, Come out. A white-robed old man slowly walked out from behind her. Xian Gutian's expression was calm. He didn't have a seat after he entered, right? The white-robed old man nodded. Xian Gutian remained silent for a long time before saying, Was he angry at the time? The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Master Yi probably wasn't angry at the time. He was looking around and he was probably looking for you, young miss. Xian Gutian slowly clenched her right hand, and her gaze was icy cold. After a long time she said, Did he say anything before he left? The white-robed old man wanted to say something but hesitated. Xian Gutian slowly closed her eyes. Speak. The white-robed old man spoke in a low voice. Young Master Yi said that he wouldn't return to ancient Immortal City. Xian Gudian suddenly opened her eyes and clenched her fists tightly. After a long time, she slowly closed her eyes. Yinjia. At the peak of Cloud Peak, a woman was sitting on the ground with her hands on her knees, and she was in a meditative state. This woman was Realm Master Yinjia. A ray of light was slowly moving between her hands. She was cultivating the Divine Tao Codex that Qingguan had written. Right at this moment, an old man walked over slowly. When he saw that Shenlan was cultivating, the old man bowed slightly and was about to leave. Meanwhile, Shenlan suddenly said, "Speak." The old man nodded, and then he told her about what happened in ancient Immortal City. Shenlan frowned slightly. He used the Divine Tao Codex as a congratulatory gift? The old man nodded. It shocked everyone. Shenlan asked again, "Xian Gudian and his wife drove him out?" The old man nodded. After a moment of silence, Shenlan said, "Amazing." The old man smiled bitterly. It's that young Master Ye's performance was too mediocre. Shenlan shook her head. It's not that his performance was mediocre. It's that everyone has been looking down on him. The old man frowned. Looking down on him? Shenlan turned to look at the distant clouds and said softly, "He's not an ordinary person." Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In a small room, a woman sat quietly. The woman wore a veil, and her face could not be seen. At this moment, a woman slowly walked to the veiled woman's side and whispered a few words. The veiled woman narrowed her eyes. He used the Divine Tao Codex as a congratulatory gift? The woman nodded. Yes. After a long silence, the veiled woman said, "He's really generous." The woman smiled. "He's very generous." Everyone was shocked. Everyone is guessing that he might like that young lady from Xian Gudian, so, at this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and she hurriedly stopped and didn't continue. The veiled woman fell silent. The woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Young miss, should we continue to pay attention to that young Master Yi?" The veiled woman's expression was calm. "Continue to pay attention. Also get ready. I'm going to Guanxian Academy to pay a visit." The woman was stunned. The veiled woman said again, "Go get ready." The woman hurriedly nodded. All right. The veiled woman looked in front of her. There was a painting in front of her, and it was a portrait of Yi Xian. The veiled woman said softly, "Young Master Yi, exactly how mysterious are you? I'm really curious." Yi Xian rode his carriage back to Guanxian Academy, and he was stunned when he was about to enter the entrance. Because there was a woman standing at the entrance. This woman was none other than Li Shui. At this moment, Li Shui was still wearing that red wedding robe, and she was still as beautiful as ever. Seeing Yi Xian, Li Shui bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Li Shui, shouldn't you be in Immortal Ancient City?" Li Shui looked at Yi Xian. "I want to join Guanxian Academy." Yi Xian was stunned. "Join Guanxian Academy?" Li Shui nodded. Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Li Shui thought for a moment, then said, "I want to be a wise person like you." Yi Xian was speechless. Li Shui looked at Yi Xian. "Can I?" Yi Xian smiled. "You're welcome." Li Shui looked straight at Yi Xian. "But I might bring you trouble." Yi Xian smiled. "As long as I wish, this universe will be reduced to ashes in an instant." Li Shui was speechless. Chapter 2298. Just like that, Li Shui joined Guanxian Academy and became a part of it. After Li Shui joined Guanxian Academy, she was shocked. That was because she realized that most of the students around her were just ordinary people. This academy did not focus on cultivation but on learning. Moreover, she realized that there were a lot of books in this academy. There were all kinds of books. In the beginning, she was just tired of the world and wanted to escape from those burdens. But now, she realized that she really liked this place. Liked the atmosphere here. Liked the students here. Liked the dean here. Yi Xian came to the back mountain of Guanxian Academy. In the past, there was nothing there, but now there was a lush bamboo forest. This was the masterpiece of Xu Xian. After having money, he naturally wanted to make Guanxian Academy more beautiful. After all, the goal of Guanxian Academy was the future. It would not be good if it was too shabby. Of course, Xu Xian did not make it too gorgeous. After all, it was an academy. It was better to be elegant. In the bamboo forest, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. A light breeze blew and the bamboo leaves swayed. It was quiet all around. On Yi Xian's knees was the sword that the verdant shirt Swordmaster had given him. Until now, he had not discovered anything special about this sword. And now he was not interested in studying this sword's special features, because to him, as long as it was a sword, that was enough. With a sword in the heart, everything could be a sword. Just like that, Yi Xian sat quietly for a full 6 hours. Suddenly Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. The next moment, 3 sword lights suddenly appeared in front of him. In an instant, these 3 sword lights actually converged at one point. Slash the future, slash the past, slash the present. 3 swords as one. Moreover, there was the addition of slash the void. The moment the 3 swords converged at one point, the space-time in front of him suddenly disappeared bit by bit. It was being erased. With a thought, Yi Xian's sword disappeared. At the same time, he directly withdrew all his power and began to repair the space-time in this universe. This repair process took no less than 2 hours. It was easy to destroy, but difficult to create. Yi Xian slowly got up and turned his head. Beside him, a woman was looking at him. It was Qingqiu. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Is it powerful?" Qingqiu hurriedly nodded. "Awesome." Yi Xian laughed. "Do you want to cultivate the sword?" Qingqiu shook his head. "I don't like sword cultivation." Yi Xian blinked curiously. "What do you like to cultivate?" Qingqiu thought about it and said, "That makes sense." Yi Xian was stunned. "Reason." Qingqiu's right hand slowly clenched tightly as he said seriously, "My fist is as strong as my reason." Yi Xian looked at Qingqiu. "Did you create it yourself?" Qingqiu nodded. Yi Xian was silent. This last was not simple at all. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian asked, "Have you read the Great Tao Codex?" Qingqiu nodded. "I've read it." Yi Xian smiled. "What do you think of it?" Qingqiu said seriously, "It's very powerful." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Is there anything else you need in terms of cultivation?" Qingqiu hesitated for a while and said, "Can I bring it up?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Qingqiu blinked. "Brother young master, I have a small suggestion." Yi Xian asked, "What suggestion?" Qingqiu said seriously, "What our academy lacks the most now is not people with knowledge, but people with combat power. In order for an academy to change the thinking of a universe, it not only needs great knowledge and great ideas, but it also needs great force." Yi Xian fell silent. Qingqiu blinked. "Is that right?" Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." Qingqiu smiled. "So my suggestion is that our academy can be divided into the Wuyuan Academy and the Wen Academy. The 2 academies belong to the same sect and each has its own function. So I suggest we enroll a student. Some of the more talented students would be nurtured to cultivate. Talents, we need talents in all aspects, but in this case we need a lot of money." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'll think of a way to deal with the money. As for the establishment of Wuyuan, I'll leave it to you." Qingqiu blinked. "Then can I be the head of Wuyuan?" Yi Xian was surprised. He looked at Qingqiu and asked, "Can you do it?" Qingqiu said seriously, "I can do it. I am confident that I can do it well." Yi Xian was shocked. This girl was so confident. Qingqiu hesitated and said, "Can I?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Qingqiu said seriously, "You will support me, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I support you." Qingqiu raised a finger. 3 years, brother young master. I promise you that after 3 years, I won't need your support. By that time, everyone will be convinced by me." Yi Xian smiled. "I believe you." Qingqiu grinned. "Then I'll go and prepare now." After that, she turned around and disappeared in the distance. Yi Xian looked at Qingqiu's back in the distance, and he was extremely shocked. How long has this girl been a time immortal? Is she using a cheat code? In fact, he was also puzzled because Qingqiu's cultivation was really abnormal. She was more monstrous and terrifying than anyone he had met, including him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian took out Dadeabi and asked, "Brother Bai, is it because of you that this girl is so monstrous?" After a long time, Dadeabi replied, "This girl is the reincarnation of a peerless big shot. Her fate is not controlled by anyone. Even my master can't change her fate. Her fate is special, only second to the 3 swords behind you. And this big shot has a relationship with you." Yi Xian frowned. "A relationship with me?" Dadeabi didn't respond. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What relationship?" Still no response. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "Can you not keep me in suspense? You're so wicked." Still no response. Yi Xian wanted to curse. At this time, Xu Xian suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side. "Young master, someone is here to visit." Visit? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Xu Xian. He was a little curious. "Who?" Xu Xian said. "She said she is from Immortal Treasure Pavilion." Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Take her to the book hall." Xu Xian bowed slightly. "Okay." With that he retreated. When Yi Xian came to the book hall, he saw a veiled woman. When he saw this woman he was stunned. He had seen this woman before. She was the veiled woman who led the dance at Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "It's you, miss." The veiled woman smiled. "Young Master Yi still remembers me?" Yi Xian nodded. "Of course. Mrs. Dance is rare in this world." The veiled woman's mouth slightly raised. "Young Master Yi thinks it's beautiful?" Yi Xian nodded. "Very nice." Then he changed the topic and said with a smile, "Miss, you didn't come to find me to talk about dancing, right?" The veiled woman blinked and said playfully, "What if I say yes?" Yi Xian said sternly, "Miss, I'm a decent man, you can't tease me." The veiled woman was slightly startled, then she smiled. "Young Master Yi, you're really an interesting person." Yi Xian made an inviting gesture. "Miss, please take a seat." The two of them sat facing each other. Yi Xian asked, "How should I address you?" The veiled woman thought for a moment and said, "Beiyan." "Beiyan." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Miss Beiyan, why have you come today?" Beiyan smiled. "I just want to get to know young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You know me?" Beiyan nodded. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "What's there to know about me?" "To." Beiyan chuckled and said, "To be able to take out the Divine Way Codex as a congratulatory gift. Young Master Yi, you're extraordinarily generous." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Beiyan, are you here for the ceremony?" Beiyan looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi should still have it. Can I take a look?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm sorry, this Divine Way Codex is only for the students of my academy to see." Beiyan immediately said, "I'm willing to join Guanxian Academy." Yi Xian smiled. "No." Beiyan frowned slightly. "Why?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Because Miss Beiyan is too mysterious." Mysterious? Beiyan's current realm was the reincarnation walker realm, but this was fake. Her real realm was the mysterious realm, and it was not the ordinary mysterious realm. The reason why he knew was because of Dadeabi. He realized that in front of Dadeabi, any concealment method was useless. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Beiyan narrowed her eyes and a cold glint flashed in the depths of her eyes. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Beiyan. "Miss Beiyan, you're not going to silence me, are you?" Beiyan looked at Yi Xian. "What if I want to?" Yi Xian smiled. "You won't." Beiyan smiled. "Why?" Yi Xian said seriously. "You can't beat me." Beiyan was stunned. Then she smiled sweetly. Her smile was very bright. Yi Xian smiled and drank his tea. A moment later, Beiyan suddenly smiled. "Young Master Yi, you're really an interesting person. I find that talking to you makes me very happy." Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Miss Beiyan. Actually, that's not right. I should call you Miss Yanbei. What do you think?" Beiyan narrowed her eyes and slowly clenched her fists. There was a trace of shock in her eyes. Yi Xian smiled. "Looks like I guessed right." Beiyan was silent for a moment and said, "Yes." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Yanbei, I like to treat people with sincerity, But from the beginning until now, you haven't said a single word of truth. To be honest, my good impression of you has decreased by a lot. Yanbei looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian stood up and walked to the side. He looked at the sky outside the hall and said softly, Miss Yanbei, you're not an ordinary person. You're beautiful and very powerful. Most importantly, you're in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Your background is definitely not simple. Moreover, you must have a plan. Am I right? Yanbei looked at Yi Xian in front of her. At this moment, she suddenly felt that this man in front of her was very scary. Under his refined and gentle appearance, there was a wise and far-sighted heart. Yi Xian said again, Miss, you must be just as you said, just curious about me. Just like me, I'm also curious about your real background, but I won't ask because it has nothing to do with me. As he said that, he turned to look at Yanbei and smiled. Miss Yanbei, this is Guanxian Academy. If you want to read books or discuss knowledge, I will represent Guanxian Academy to welcome you at any time. But if you have other motives, I won't welcome you. Yanbei suddenly stood up and slowly walked in front of Yi Xian. The two of them were very close. At this moment, Yi Xian could already smell the fragrance on her body, but Yi Xian's expression was unusually calm. He was a swordsman. As long as he didn't want to mess up, who could make him mess up? Yi swordsman who would not mess up. Yanbei looked straight at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, will we become enemies? Yi Xian blinked. It's best if we don't. Yanbei asked again. What if we really become enemies? Yi Xian smiled slightly. I'm invincible. Miss, do as you wish. P.S. Didn't I say that less than 10 chapters is not considered explosive? What I want to say is, if I said that, can I take it back? I don't want to act tough anymore. Can I? Everyone can join my QQ group. 855679217. If you want to scold me, give me advice, or chat, you can all add me. I'm in the group. Chat with everyone anytime. Chapter 2299. Invincible. Yanbei looked at Yi Xian as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian. Confidence. Calm confidence. This man in front of him was really confident. And a confident man was undoubtedly the most charming. Yanbei suddenly smiled. I hope we won't become enemies. As she said, she looked around. Young Master Yi, can I stay here for 2 days? I realize that the atmosphere here is quite good. I also want to study for a few days. It won't be too long. Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Yanbei smiled. Thank you. Yi Xian nodded slightly. You're welcome. Feel free to do as you please, I'm busy. After saying that, he left the hall. In the hall, Yanbei looked at Yi Xian who was leaving and pondered. No one knew what he was thinking. Outside Guanxian Academy, on a mountain peak, a man was looking at Guanxian Academy. This person was Yan Bianyue. Yan Bianyue looked at Guanxian Academy with a gloomy face. At this moment, an old man walked to Yan Bianyue's side and bowed slightly. Young master. Yan Bianyue was expressionless. Did you find out where he came from? The old man shook his head. Yan Bianyue frowned slightly. Can't find out? The old man nodded. I only know that he came here not long ago and then became the Xian sect's young master. Other than that, I can't find anything else. Yan Bianyue was silent for a moment, then said, Then what's the origin of this Xian sect? The old man shook his head. This Xian sect is a very ordinary force. I did some research before. Once, a green-shirt swordsman came here and founded this Xian sect. But not long after, he left and never appeared again. And now, Yi Xian is called young master by these academy students. Obviously, this Yi Xian is related to that green-shirt swordsman. Yan Bianyue looked at the old man. Who is that green-shirt swordsman? The old man shook his head. I don't know. Yan Bianyue frowned. The old man quickly said, Anyway, he isn't among the top experts. Yan Bianyue was silent. A moment later, Yan Bianyue asked again, Then why does Yi Xian have the Divine Tao Code? The old man spoke in a low voice. According to what we know, the Divine Tao Code was obtained by that realm lord Yunjie, Shenlong, and that Shenlong has interacted with Yi Xian before. Yin Bianyue narrowed his eyes. He's Yunjie's man? The old man shook his head. The possibility isn't high. This is Yixian's first time in the universe of gods. Yin Bianyue slowly closed his eyes. The old man said in a deep voice, "This person is extremely mysterious." Yin Bianyue said softly, "I know. Moreover, his background might not be simple." But, as he spoke, a wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth. "So what?" The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young master, it's inadvisable for us to fight him now. His origins are unknown, so even if we want to target him, we have to figure out his origins first. If you act rashly, there might be mishaps." A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Yin Bianyue's mouth. "Mishaps? What mishaps?" The old man hesitated to speak. Yin Bianyue changed the topic. "Second uncle, I know you're worried. But we have no way out. You've noticed that the immortal ancient heaven's attitude towards him is very different. If we allow them to continue developing, then he'll definitely take immortal ancient heaven's heart. At that time, our plan to devour the ancient immortal city will be completely ruined." The old man fell silent. Yin Bianyue continued. "Moreover, there's already enmity between us. Do you think we can still reconcile? He doesn't have the chance now, but if he does, he'll definitely trample on me." The old man sighed softly. Yin Bianyue turned to look at the distant Guanxian Academy with an icy cold gaze. "I want him dead." The old man glanced at Yin Bianyue. He sighed in his heart in disappointment. He knew that his young master was letting his emotions affect his decisions. Even an idiot would know that Yixian wasn't an ordinary person. The more they couldn't investigate him, the more it meant that he wasn't simple. Yixian was still fine after he revealed that he possessed the divine Tao code. Why? Because no one dared to touch him. If the Yin family were to make a move at this time, they would be too stupid. Thinking of this, the old man bowed slightly and then turned to leave. This matter had to be reported to the city lord immediately. Seeing the old man leave, Yin Bianyue smiled coldly. He naturally knew what the other wanted to do. Without thinking too much, he disappeared on the spot. Not long after, Yin Bianyue arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Inside the room, Yin Bianyue and Nanqing sat facing each other. Nanqing looked at Yin Bianyue in front of him and didn't speak. Yin Bianyue smiled. "President Nanqing, given our friendship, I'll get straight to the point. I want Yixian dead." Nanqing's right hand trembled slightly. He hesitated and then said, "How do you want him to die?" Yin Bianyue looked at Nanqing with an icy smile. "It's best if it's a little more miserable." Nanqing was silent. Yin Bianyue continued, "I don't have much time left, because it's very likely that my father won't let me continue to target Yixian, so I have to be quick." As he spoke, he took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Nanqing. Inside the storage ring, there were 8 million universe veins. Nanqing hesitated and then said, "Young Master Yin, this is?" Yin Bianyue smiled. "I can mobilize 2 people of the knowing profound realm, but I'm still not at ease. I want to invite 2 people of the knowing profound realm from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. With 4 people of the knowing profound realm, even if Yixian hid his strength, he will die without a doubt." After a moment of silence, Nanqing said, "When does young Master Yin plan to act?" A cold light flashed in Yin Bianyue's eyes. "Now." Nanqing put away the storage ring in front of him and then said, "I will cooperate fully with young Master Yin." Yin Bianyue immediately stood up and smiled. "President Nanqing, you are indeed loyal. Let's go." As he spoke, he turned and left. After a moment of silence, Nanqing said, "All people of the knowing profound realm, follow me." As he spoke, he turned and left. Very quickly, a full 9 auras followed Nanqing. Guanxian Academy. Yixian was lying on a small stone slope at the peak of the back mountain. He crossed his legs and rested his head on his right hand. He was holding an ancient book in his left hand, and there was a plate of fruits next to him. How comfortable. At this time, Qingqiu walked to Yixian's side. She peeled a grape for Yixian and put it next to Yixian's mouth. "Young master." Yixian smiled. You are unaccountably solicitous. Qingqiu giggled. I have a question for you. Yixian nodded. Ask. Qingqiu blinked. I have already reached the time controller level. Now, when I am breaking through to the reincarnation realm, I have encountered some small difficulties. Time controller. Yixian was stunned. He turned to look at Qingqiu. Qingqiu blinked her eyes, her face innocent. Yixian was silent for a moment, then smiled. What difficulties? Qingqiu glared at Yixian, then turned and left. Yixian shook his head and smiled. He continued to read his book, but he was shocked to the extreme. He felt more and more that he was trash. Damn. He was simply inhuman. In the distance, Qingqiu clenched her fists, stomping her feet. She said angrily, Humph, is it so hard for you to praise me? Not long after Qingqiu left, Li Shui came to Yixian's side. She bowed slightly. Dean. Yixian smiled. Sit. Li Shui hesitated for a moment, then sat down. She looked at Yixian. Dean, I want to leave the academy. Yixian looked at Li Shui. Are you worried that you will bring trouble to the academy? Li Shui nodded. Yixian said, Is it your father who comes looking for trouble, or is it that immortal ancient Yuan? Li Shui wanted to say something but hesitated. Yixian smiled. If your father comes looking for trouble, tell him to come find me. I will break his legs. If immortal ancient Yuan comes looking for trouble, I will cripple him. Li Shui was stunned. Dean, aren't you and immortal ancient Yuan's lady very good friends? Yixian smiled. That is a separate matter. Li Shui looked at Yixian. Why are you so protective of me? Yixian smiled. Because you are my student. Li Shui asked again. Why did you accept me as your student? Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, When I went to the immortal ancient clan, only you gave me enough respect. Li Shui looked at Yixian. If you tell everyone that you gave them the divine Tao code, they will respect you a lot. Yixian shook his head. That kind of respect is not true respect. As he spoke, he looked at Li Shui. You are a very outstanding girl, and also a very kind girl. That idiot immortal ancient Yuan is not worthy of you. Remember, marriage is a major event in a woman's life. Don't make yourself feel wronged. If you don't like it, then say it out loud. Don't compromise. In the past you didn't have a backer, but now, I am your greatest backer. If anyone dares to force you, I will smash their head with a hammer. Li Shui looked at Yixian. Just looking at him, her hands were tightly clenched and trembling. Yixian smiled. Qingqiu is Wu Yuan's court head. If you want to cultivate, you can ask her any questions. Of course, this girl might not understand much right now. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me or Elder Xian. Oh right, have you read the Divine Tao Code? Li Shui lowered her head slightly. Can I read it? Yixian frowned. Of course you can. Any student of my academy can read it. Not only that, in the future, I will also write down some of my cultivation experiences and place them in the academy. Everyone can read them. Li Shui hesitated for a moment and then said, Court, young Master Yi, why are you so good to others? Yixian asked, Am I good? Li Shui nodded. Very good, very good. There is no one better than you. Yixian smiled slightly. That's because you haven't seen me crazy. If I were crazy, I would even want to kill my father. Li Shui was speechless. Yixian said again, No. When I wasn't crazy, I also had this thought. The man in green was speechless. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky and directly enveloped Yixian and Li Shui. Li Shui's expression instantly changed. She subconsciously stood in front of Yixian. At this moment, Yan Bianyue and Nanqing appeared in front of Yixian and Li Shui. Behind the two of them, there were 11 Jishuan realm powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Li Shui's face instantly turned pale, but she did not retreat even half a step. Yan Bianyue looked at Yixian and smiled slightly. Young Master Yi, we meet again. Are you surprised? Yixian nodded. A little. Yan Bianyue stared at Yixian. You know nothing about my strength. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Now, I will let you understand what despair is. At this moment, Nanqing and the 9 Jishuan realm powerhouses behind him suddenly knelt in front of Yi Xian. Young Master Yi! Young Master Yi! Yan Bianyue was stunned. Yi Xian looked at Yan Bianyue and chuckled. A person like you is really not worthy of my sword. Come, call your ancestors. I will beat your ancestors. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, Xian Gudian suddenly appeared. When she saw Nanqing and the 9 Jishuan realm powerhouses kneeling in front of Yi Xian, she was stunned. Chapter 2300. It wasn't just a mortal ancient heaven. Everyone present was stunned. Who was Nanqing, the celestial treasure pavilion? It was the celestial treasure pavilion. Even the major powers of the god realm had to give him face. But now, he was kneeling in front of Yi Xian in an extremely humble manner. Why was this happening? Immortal ancient heaven couldn't understand. Yan Bianyue was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What the hell? Nanqing directly kneeled? How could they play like this? Yan Bianyue said with a trembling voice, Brother Nanqing. Nanqing suddenly roared. What brother Nanqing? Yan Bianyue, the old man has no relationship with you. Don't try to get close to him. Yan Bianyue looked at Nanqing in disbelief. Brother Nanqing, are you so realistic? Nanqing sighed. Young Master Yan, I am a bit too realistic. But I want to live. Sorry. Yan Bianyue pointed at Yi Xian and said angrily. Is he stronger than my Yan family? Nanqing smiled bitterly. Young Master Yan, there is no comparison. There is no comparison at all. Hearing this, Yan Bianyue's face instantly turned pale. Because he knew that Nanqing wouldn't lie to him. At this moment, his face was ashen and his heart started to panic. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. Young Master Yi, please show mercy. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. The person who came was the current head of the Yan family, Yan Xiran. Yan Xiran immediately bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, my son has offended you. I kowtow to you. As he spoke, he slowly knelt down in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Yi Xian was also stunned. Directly kneeling? This was the head of the Yan family. Yi Xian looked at Yan Xiran and didn't say anything. Yan Xiran suddenly opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. There were 20 million universe veins in the storage ring. 20 million veins. Yan Xiran bowed deeply once more. Young Master Yi, if you think it's not enough, I can add more. Yi Xian smiled. Clan leader Yan, as the clan leader, you don't have to do this. Yan Xiran smiled bitterly. He's my son. When a son makes a mistake, the father will take responsibility. There's nothing wrong with that. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. When the son makes a mistake, the father will take responsibility. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Yi Xian suddenly turned around, not letting anyone see his face. Xian Gutian and Li Shui looked at Yi Xian, feeling a bit stupefied. They noticed that at that instant, Yi Xian's eyes actually flickered with tears. Yi Xian wasn't an emotional person, but when he heard Yan Xiran's words, he suddenly felt a little sour. A moment later, Yi Xian turned around. He opened his palm, and Yan Xiran's storage ring fell into his hand. Patriarch Yan, I'll accept this money. Take your son with you and leave. Yan Xiran bowed deeply. Many thanks, young Master Yi. After saying this, he stood up and left with Yan Bianyue. Yi Xian suddenly said, Young Master Yan, you have a good father. After today, be a mature person. Yan Bianyue was silent. Yan Xiran bowed deeply, then disappeared into the horizon with Yan Bianyue. Yi Xian looked at Nanqing and said with a smile, Go back. Nanqing bowed deeply. Young Master Yi, I will take my leave. After saying this, he handed the storage ring that Yan Bianyue gave him to Yi Xian, then turned around and disappeared with the 9 people behind him. Yi Xian looked at the storage ring in his hand and smiled. He smiled, then put it away. He turned to look at Xian Gudian and said with a smile, Are you here to help me? Xian Gudian's expression was calm. It seems like it's unnecessary. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Xian Gudian was silent for a while, then said, "You didn't lie to me when you told me in the past, right?" Yi Xian nodded. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. "This is only the first time we've met. Why are you so honest with me?" Yi Xian smiled. "Because I have a good impression of you." Xian Gudian was stunned. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "When making friends, you naturally have to treat each other with sincerity." Xian Gudian was silent for a while, then said, "Since we're friends, can you help me with something?" Yi Xian nodded. "Speak." Xian Gudian glanced at Li Shui. "Let her go back and marry my little brother." Yi Xian immediately shook his head. "No." Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. "They should get married in the first place." Yi Xian shook his head slightly. "Miss Tian, I'm a bit disappointed in you." Xian Gudian slowly clenched her right hand. She didn't say anything. Yi Xian said, "If Miss Li Shui likes immortal ancient Yuan and wants to marry him, I naturally won't oppose it. However, she doesn't like immortal ancient Yuan." Xian Gudian looked straight at Yi Xian. "She has a marriage agreement with my immortal ancient clan. If she breaks it now, she will be going back on her word, and that is wrong." Yi Xian slowly walked in front of Xian Gudian and looked straight into her eyes. "If your parents force you to marry someone else, what will you do?" Xian Gudian clenched her fists and didn't say anything. Yi Xian seriously said, "Miss Tian, if you say right and wrong, then we'll say right and wrong. Measuring right and wrong requires methods. Using the methods and experiences used on others on yourself. If you can't accept it, then it's double standards." Xian Gudian stared straight at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, "I know you have the strength, so your parents won't dare to force you like this. Thus, you can change your fate." But at this point, his tone suddenly became more serious. "But not everyone is like you. Also, I feel that marriage should be free and consensual. I hate this so-called marriage alliance the most. I don't care about things I don't know, but I will definitely care about things I know." Xian Gudian was a bit angry. "Why?" Yi Xian's expression was calm. "Because I'm awesome." With that, he turned and left. Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. "You're too overbearing." At the side, Li Shui suddenly said, "I like how overbearing he is." After saying that, she turned and left. Xian Gudian. On the other side, Yanbei looked at Yi Xian's departing figure, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. As soon as Yi Xian returned to the book hall, Xu Xian came before him. Xu Xian slightly bowed. "Dean. Dean." Yi Xian looked at Xu Xian and faintly smiled. One had to know that Xu Xian called him young master before, but now he called him Dean. There was a big difference between these two titles. Calling him young master and respecting him was mostly because of his father. But calling him Dean was really honoring him, and it might not have much to do with his father. Xu Xian suddenly handed the Divine Path Code to Yi Xian. "Dean, I have annotated it all. Please take a look." Yi Xian took the Divine Path Code and opened it. After a while, he looked up at Xu Xian. "Elder Xian, you're really a genius." It had to be said that Yi Xian was really shocked. This Xu Xian actually really grasped this Divine Tao Codex thoroughly. It could be said that apart from Qin Guan, no one understood the Divine Path Code better than Xu Xian. Xu Xian faintly smiled. "I'm not a genius. I just like to do some research. It's just that I sometimes don't understand. I feel that this path of cultivation is so simple, so why is it so difficult for some people to cultivate? If I cultivate, it should be very easy for me to casually reach the profound understanding realm." Yi Xian was speechless. Was this guy showing off? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Elder Xian, it's easier to know than to do. There are many things that you understand, but if you really do it, it's not the case." Xu Xian deeply bowed. "I've learned." Yi Xian nodded. "Keep this Divine Path Code. You'll need it when you teach them in the future." Xu Xian hesitated and said, "It's very precious. Keep it with me. If there's a mistake, I won't be able to absolve myself even if I die 10,000 times." Yi Xian smiled. "In my heart, it's not even 1/10,000th of you. Of course, you can't take it away from the academy. It's dangerous." Xu Xian deeply bowed. Dean, I will repay you with my life. Yi Xian shook his head. You're exaggerating. Xu Xian bowed deeply once more, and then he left with the divine Tao code. After Xu Xian left, he began to teach. He was talking about the divine path code. However, there were too few people in the academy. There were less than 25 people. Wu Yuan only had Qing Qiu. She was like a general without an army. The place where Xu Xian taught was a small courtyard. This was because the teaching platform of Guanxian Academy had yet to be built. Xu Xian opened the divine path code and began to teach. Below, in addition to the academy's students, Yan Bei was also sitting at the side and listening quietly. She sat on the right of Qing Qiu. Qing Qiu glanced at Yan Bei. Her expression was calm. You like the dean? Yan Bei's lips curled up in a provocative manner. Can't I? Qing Qiu's expression was calm. Your thoughts aren't pure. I'm afraid you and the dean won't end well. Yan Bei narrowed her eyes. She was a little angry. Qing Qiu's expression was still calm. I call the dean brother, young master. Brother, do you understand? Yan Bei was so angry that she laughed. Are you showing off to me? Qing Qiu looked at Xu Xian, who was teaching in the distance. You are really an idiot. Yan Bei was furious. Qing Qiu turned to look at Yan Bei. She said seriously, I call young master brother. It means I'm his younger sister. Younger sister, do you understand? That's his family. If you like brother young master, shouldn't you build a good relationship with his family first? Yan Bei was stunned. Qing Qiu continued. Seeing how pure you are, I'll be straightforward. You should be pleasing me. Yan Bei. A moment later, Yan Bei said in a deep voice, this divine path code is so precious. You guys just take it out for everyone to see? Qing Qiu said softly. What's the big deal about a divine path code? Brother young master's ambition is the entire universe. If you don't have great ambition, how can you point your sword at the entire universe? Yan Bei was silent. At this moment, Xu Xian suddenly stood up. He smiled and said, next, let's invite the dean to teach. Below, the students quickly applauded in welcome. Qing Qiu was also very excited. He was looking forward to it. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian sat on the praying mat. He glanced at the people below and remained silent. I'll teach. What should I teach? The great way of acting cool? At this moment, there were suddenly a few mysterious auras outside. Obviously, they were all hidden forces. After learning that Yi Xian was going to teach, they all rushed over. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little ashamed. Because looking back, he realized that he was either acting cool or on the way to acting cool. Chapter 2301. Yi Xian sat on the round platform. Everyone was looking at him. The students were filled with excitement and anticipation. Ding. In their hearts, Ding Yi was a man of great knowledge. At this time, a woman suddenly sat beside Qing Qiu. It was Yinjia's realm lord, Shenlan. Qing Qiu glanced at Shenlan, then looked up at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Today I will talk about choice. Choice. The students quickly sat up straight and listened carefully. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with his hands on his knees. He thought for a moment and said, in the universe, every cultivator has two goals. First, longevity. Second, invincibility. In my opinion, cultivation is to satisfy one's inner desires. The stronger one is, the greater the desire. Desire is endless. Therefore, once a cultivator embarks on the path of martial arts, it means that he has entered an endless path. This path is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will die. For the sake of longevity, cultivators will improve themselves at all costs. Over time, cultivators will become unscrupulous and gradually give up their bottom line. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing. In other words, losing yourself. Lose yourself. Hearing this, Shenlan and Yan Bei's expressions changed. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Shenlan, who was beside Qing Qiu, and said with a smile, Miss, do you still remember the original intention of cultivating? Shenlan stared at Yi Xian, clenched her right hand and said nothing. Yi Xian smiled and looked at Qing Qiu. Qing Qiu, what is your original intention of cultivating? Qing Qiu blinked. To establish a heart for the universe. To establish a life for all living beings. To continue learning for the saints. And to establish peace for all ages. Yi Xian gave her a thumbs up. What an excellent girl. Just like me. Me too. Great minds think alike. Everyone. Qing Qiu giggled. Brother young master, you are a bit thick-skinned. Yi Xian quickly said seriously. Continue the lecture. Qing Qiu quickly stopped smiling, and continued to listen carefully. Yi Xian thought for a while and continued. Everyone should have a goal in front of them. At least in their own eyes, this goal is great. If their deepest belief, the voice in their heart, thinks that this goal is great, then they are great too. Therefore, we should seriously consider whether the goal we have chosen is right or not. Is it what we really want? As he spoke, he smiled. Once upon a time, the purpose of my cultivation was to protect my little sister. I wanted her to be safe and carefree. But now, I'm ashamed that I haven't seen her for a very, very long time. On the path of growth, people will definitely have new goals and new needs. However, I feel that we should never forget the original intention of cultivating. My Qing once said that one can be invincible only if one's original intention is not changed. I am ashamed. Now I really understand. Below, Shenlong suddenly said. But my goal is to live forever, to be invincible. What should I do? Yi Xian thought for a while and said, then work hard. Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. Do you think this is right? Yi Xian asked. Miss, do you have any relatives? Shenlong was silent. Yi Xian asked again. Miss, do you have any friends? The kind who are very, very good. The kind who would risk their lives for you. Shenlong was silent. Yi Xian asked again. Miss, do you have anyone you like? The kind of person who you don't see for a day feels like thousands of years. Shenlong frowned. Yi Xian smiled. Pursuing immortality, pursuing invincibility is not wrong. However, I feel that in this universe, there should be more than just fighting and killing. To tell you the truth, on my way here from Qingcheng, every day, if I'm not fighting, then I'm fighting on the road. I'm really tired of this kind of life. But now, I want to slow down. I want to live a good life. To be honest, I want to create a brand new swordsmanship. I have even thought of a name for it. I will call it human swordsmanship. The world of mortals as the sword, and all living beings as the soul. Human swordsmanship. Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. You are a swordsman. Yi Xian nodded. I am a swordsman. Shenlong looked calm. I didn't see that. Yi Xian smiled. Then he went on. Back to the topic at hand. Choices. Students, I hope you can think about it today. What is the ultimate goal of your studies and cultivation? You must give yourself a goal and fight for it. In our current universe, the strong are respected. Everything is based on strength. The strong can be willful, but the weak can only accept their fate. I don't like this. I hope that you can change this world with me. A student suddenly said, Dean, it will be difficult to change the world and the rules, right? Yi Xian smiled. It will be difficult, but do you believe in me? That student immediately said, yes. At the side, Yanbei suddenly said, Young Master Yi, with your actions, you will offend many forces. Aren't you afraid of death? Death. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. To be honest, my father is invincible, my brother is invincible, my sister is invincible. I really can't think of anyone who can make me die. Yanbei was dumbfounded. Young Master Yi, do you know Dadeabi? This brush controls the fate of all living beings. Aren't you afraid? Dadeabi. Yi Xian was silent. Shenlong glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. At this moment, Xu Xian suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian. Dean, the ancient immortal city patriarch, is here to visit. Yi Xian shook his head. I won't see him. Xu Xian nodded. Okay. After saying that, he turned and left. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Everyone, today's lecture ends here. Everyone is free to do whatever you want. After saying that, he turned and left. After a few steps, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Behind him was Shenlan. Yi Xian looked at Shenlan and smiled. What's the matter? Shenlan was silent. Yi Xian smiled. If you don't want to say, then go back. Shenlan suddenly said. Be careful of the veiled girl next to you. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Shenlan frowned slightly. With your intelligence, you should know that her background isn't simple, but you don't care at all. Do you know that underestimation and carelessness can lead to death? Yi Xian thought about it and said, I know. After saying that, Shenlan looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, I understand. After saying that, she turned and left. After taking 2 steps, she stopped again and looked at Yi Xian. Why didn't you ask for my name? Do you not want to know, or do you already know? Yi Xian smiled. I don't know. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian in the eye. Then you don't want to know? Yi Xian smiled. Miss, do you know why I asked you that before? Shenlan frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said. Because I know that you definitely don't have any friends or anyone you like. Shenlan stared at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled. Firstly, you're very outstanding. Your strength has already attained such a level at such a young age. Moreover, you're even a woman. That's not easy at all. Secondly, even though I don't know your background, since you were able to purchase the Divine Tao Code for 50 million universe veins, then I presume that you're the master of one of those great powers. You possess such terrifying strength at such a young age, and you're even able to become an overlord. That's not simple at all. With such accomplishments, your standards are definitely extremely high. Ordinary people are definitely unable to enter your eyes. Especially men, right? Shenlan gazed at Yi Xian and remained silent. Yi Xian continued. When I met you for the first time, the feeling you gave me was that you were cold and aloof, even colder than Miss Yao. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would definitely not dare to make friends with you. Especially men. If they don't possess formidable strength, then ordinary men would feel inferior just by looking at you. A smile suddenly appeared on Shenlan's face. Young Master Yi, can I understand that you're praising me? Yi Xian smiled. You can. The smile on Shenlan's face gradually grew wider. I have to say that I really like hearing that. Continue. Yi Xian smiled. I asked you earlier if you've ever liked anyone. When I asked that question, I knew that you definitely don't have anyone you like. Shenlan's eyes narrowed slightly. Why are you so sure? Yi Xian smiled. Because in the entire universe of gods, no one is worthy of Miss Yao's liking. Shenlan was taken aback. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, what I said was from the bottom of my heart. Finally, can I give you a small suggestion? Shenlan nodded. Her expression became much gentler. Go ahead. Yi Xian said seriously. This world isn't just about fighting and killing. There are also many beautiful things. If you look at this world from a different point of view, you'll find that there are many beautiful things in this world. If Miss is free from cultivation, you can come to the academy. I'm willing to accompany Miss for a heart-to-heart talk. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian continued. Miss, do you still remember the first time we met? Shenlan nodded. Yi Xian smiled. At that time, Miss asked me why I answered every question you asked. My answer then was, I treat people with sincerity. It is the same now. Ever since I met Miss, whatever Miss asked or said to Miss, I have never lied. Everything comes from the bottom of my heart, and is sincere. Shenlan was silent for a moment before saying, that veiled woman's real name is Yen Bei. She comes from Desolate Universe. There are 2 superpowers in Desolate Universe. One is Azura City, and the other is Divine Mountain's Yen family. She should be the goddess of Divine Mountain. It is said that the goddess dedicates her life to God, and is not allowed to have any relations with any man. She came to your side because she wants to use you to deal with Divine Mountain's Yen family. You must be careful and not be a sucker unless you also like her. However, I suggest you drive her away. This Yen family is not simple, and will bring you great trouble. Yi Xian nodded. Many thanks. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. I'm leaving. She turned around after saying that, but she had no intention of leaving. Yi Xian was slightly startled, but he quickly understood and smiled. How should I address you, miss? Shenlan's lips curled up. Shenlan, the master of Yinjia. Currently, I'm at the half-step profound see-through realm. She floated away after saying that. P.S. Today at 8 o'clock, TikTok will be broadcasting and chatting. Everyone can add my TikTok number, 174-868-8249. If anyone has any questions or suggestions, you can tell me and I will answer them on the spot. In addition to the live broadcast, I will also select some lucky spectators and give them free physical books of Invincible Sword Domain and One Sword Supreme. I won't sell them, but they can be collected. Finally, I will see you at 8 o'clock. Everyone can come and look at my peerless beauty. I will show you what it means to be handsome. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.